Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nascent.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our
curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and the President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was the clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. It is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him.
Very well.
And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin? What was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election, and so I wouldn't really say that we have as a constituency that we are in the minority. Of course, if in any case we say that we are the largest minority, that is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there would be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I've always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVR, continuous voters registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system. I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And one would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting
in.
Without mentioning any political party, I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies.
Like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota wese eniwa dolopewo. Warida hima makaba pon wa semese. Bota pe makage ya. Ke ya ye na agbon enye gboma. Ke na abete uyorebu. Kate uyori mane do ni malelewe ni. Na ya maweto ha. Okuma mero. Oka mona gbon ro. We no salebo ya gbon ma yinu kan ya fe bota na mbeke na le maje de bo ki ase de mo le wo wi yin ese ma yinu we kan na ya wi bude so we nia o ga de na ni wa ni ma gun aka o na ya gba pe e haro wo gba o ge ugie ni arioba awe yoko ya se ya ne Nigeria pe arowe ogba oye na 27 years oye na ne Nigeria army onye yoko awe Nigeria ya sare oba ni ma we ni ki ma ro ena ya ma agwa kan ya na ogwa agwa re ma lo tan pastor Calvary Enunamure
iwie do no wo wa be ne kai wa bi total wabi dayo ofo igbo saroba go yaro oba atokpe
ise obede ma lo tan Victor Ebizugbe
edono ayire wa haro pa eri boya wu wa yi wedro so na pe ni Jesu o ma ko ma na wu wa wu baba na o gota ma me ma gbo ka me ma hi gbe bo bi yoku ino ro magami ma re mi o lo bo ọba àtọpẹ
ṣe me so abose nje no bi ero no ri edo ba yo ka o edo ya fe ke na ri o ka gbe o ye o ya o tagun ya bejo to ya ọba àtọpẹ
ise
ni ma wu ma gba kan ni wa o ari egbo be ibi yoko re Nigeria ma ge kede do ade na riegbe ibi yoko Nigeria de la odan ma eni de lo wa no ro ma se de ya ya i ogi ma rugo die ka ti ma rugo da iwi no re o to so re wo ni e lu ma iya lu ma yo de sia iwo na lo we wo ye ma yuru kan no bo woni wa ni ameke na we upe ha ro wo gba ikire upe arogba iyokore ya do kon ya ro ya fe ami ani ro ya fe ma me ya alawo ma adowe vote adobie wo la otu osire wo Nigeria ena ya fe ma ye ma ge otenage pastor Calvary Enunamure uage ige otu aweso ge wo kebe igina dona na dobe pediwe ba kina yena ma yena
domo wese edono
obukan
domo sa ikaka bo gitu wa edono pe o ni ka gitu wa sin we wa be ne kai eme no kai me o kari oba owo tebu ma oge Nigeria ma ya gwa kan arabi omo na ga nwa ene ka setting osun ra be wo ebo onwa ne omo ga igba opiwe va ne baba egi obi omo oke abo na ibi ka mewe sai me won so para igba opiwe va na yari tota oje ne bi egbe agwale mi no rewo amayi ga wo na abo akari tokun mi upe hairo gba no yin onya ugie ma jena na yari egbe yobe isogiare omo na bi ebe uponi ona we upe hairo gba obuhana yena eso omo done
ya bia ne so ya wa omo done
o ma mari bi orupe hairo gba ana do mi ewe ori owo done ba ri yo
egi obuha ana do miewe ukpe eharo wogma original ni mari egbe bo be sogi awe magari setting suwon enia ana ri egbe bo be sogi awe sebo na ni ma magari setting dole enia ni magari egbe kian owo kana omodo ona ga bo kana we ipede kesugie ame ukpe kesugie oyeje na ona yin omodo ne ke ba pa eni omomo eni omokan ori pase a enwon momo ise a enwon mo kan ise yen so awe mi oku oba adele hewe owuhana wane so pa no kan ni emi mana omo ma ya gbabu pe e haro ogbon rade me ma mi alugan ono ma so mi eki eko yere ne ori magidi
yesi
eni magi eni ye e ba ni logi ba se e ba ko no wegbe ose e ba lagi alaru yeke okaka boro oba atope
ise osaloba alawo na ejima alaru yeke
ise irun gini ki
ehun no ani ona meru ni na lawo da e ma ni alapo ba ko be yeko sun be yeko we na ya ma we se yo ni ma wa we he ma upo ni ma so ye wi ma o wa ni ma bo lo be na ya duko e wo we oge ulima ko ke oge isimu na ya pe be na awe lapa he iwuna iwune be iwune iwu ya se iwuna we o wazigo igo na miena agwa ti ewo rie agwa emoto eyan no Nigeria oya ewo ya do age kisi o ya ge very miles o fi gbon ni ma me ma upogene ma hiwe the whole world o ta gbon ya fere bi ma ye kan se ma wa lu ewo ni re we lari yeye ma mu yo de ni amata lo ya agbeni ya fere aláùdá ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rà bí aláùdá ọ̀rọ̀ wò yé ẹ́ yé ni màá yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ́ ìyá yóò ṣe gbí màá wọn náà ló ṣe gbẹ́ òtún èso rẹ̀ wò náà fi wò rẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ náà fi ọyọ bàrí rẹ̀ gẹ̀ ẹ́ náà náà gbìnà rẹ̀ wò bàrí gẹ̀ ẹ́ ìbá gbìnà ṣe rè ìyá ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ wò rẹ̀ mú yọ ara rẹ̀ ara ọ̀nà dọ̀wé àwọn òde wò rẹ̀ àṣọ̀mọ̀ gbé àìbọ̀yọ rẹ̀ ya pẹ́ẹ́rẹ́ ya se gbera ni mare na muko te hare aye mi re na mi a ma ye mu gbo ni ma mo a igbino to ye jaro a na ya fe ma ge na ni wa wi ni ya ye aye yugbo ni a aye yugo ni a o wa wi ye ekene ori kere ahulewo lawa we nu wala wa na e wa fi aya fi o no wi fi ase re ya awa re ari owo ebe suku awa akoko mo ni die abi oye moto aya gbe ni awa aya iya ma ni aru awe ama wo ni iwo na iya we iwo yana iwo ariasa wi ariasa awe na mu re ni emoni eso wuru yodo eteni maye ni kina oda upe aro ogbon ni so jagi se ari ba adima maye na ma na ho ni maye lo kan ala oda aro o te bizu gbezo Victor wo ye wo ni we wa mi oda a politician we
where about the where the upupaze enebe o sa bo na fi agbemo here
ise
well awen
kopo beli waso
local so lo po ye we so suge mami ewo na o salogba oga di ai ni ma hu dawe mane ekwi mane na gbon mama mo gbe ma ya di ai de gbe ma hu da ma me mata e mata tuta ba ge don gbe ma ro gele na yo ba wi iseza ya pa ye na mu ni ma bo ni ma to bi ma ya elu awe gbe ma ya yere we egede we na ga a Midwestern region ari we ona fi a region iva all the pana fia with there e mutala re na gaga ana do a 12 states ana wa ga ni e ma ne kwi ma ni wi ma ri o re gbi ma mama e fi opa iseza o e gaga sekere ma e yina
no state mamela e democrat 27 years ikpi e haro ogbon ra ihin onyogi mama e fi state opa mami what's the bona owo me gwa lori me no pa gwa lori awe na fi e ba ko Edo anafia egbe na fia yeva ote Edo South ina gbe agwa le state Edo government no rigbe estate we se ti gwa ma be gwa le no si kesuge no ti mi abi gwa le agigi ya ye tigitigi bi ma ta ti ku gbe ni ma mu dia ni ma mama no fu ma ya gbe na rai no fu re gbe ga gbe ma de ori oni gbe ma o do ni ọmọ gí wíní mà ọmọ gí ìgbà sọ bí àyàtọ̀ ní àbẹ ó padà tẹ dìkírì ó pẹ́ẹ́dẹ̀ wá àtà ni èmi àgbàlẹ̀ àwọn àpá ẹ̀mú ẹ̀yà ọ̀hún ẹ̀jọ̀ máa gbọ̀n yẹn wá wẹ ẹ̀yìn mà yá dùn sí kiri mà iye náà.
owẹ́sì.
mà ní wí mà á tó bí mà wọlé gbé mà màmá mi ò tí ó yẹ wẹ́ o làhọ́ gbèmà kú òní òkùnkùn gbé ni màmá wẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bọ́ pánà nípa ìṣẹ́gun ògbólógbà no food regarding at the deliver you don't have food magbere oba to pe
anyway what that really matter allow down ọ̀rọ̀ oni magun kana ba ya mi allow down ba ya mi afi wòye na ari enima e ma ni nya bo ya fe bo de we na o lapa yi awe police bo ye ya bi ewuyo awe ni na be to segebo avia yo awi via wa na bo ye na ni wa nda wa dole yi awa me okari oba ogewo awa we iwo na lobewo yewe no ya ye ogun ya wa no awa dole yi awa asupo upo ni ma na emi awa asu erewe na ti erewe awa asu awe okero garo ebune teye ai enya ni ya fe iya nya re aboto segebo iya mwese bogi je na o ha meroe usero ni kire ba we na miewe emina na ya fe go fi wori o so ro papa ma tuti e mo ma tutu saloba so pa ma reguge uwe owo saloba a reguge eniare yorin mani maru ero padile yo abi Nigeria o dele yo awe bi ma no na ma ya na dele yo o teme pastor
domo sa owo mo ala na gbe wa wa
ubi aibo
o ga be labude o ori opa mama eri nwan yin nda dometi ni ma
ayo ya ne
do he no ya nura o mo na labude na gbe arude ne
bodo mari
ona labude bo ayo ya ne gọọmenti ma jẹ́ na bàbá ma ní èyí sọ́gíà òjàyà jànà ma wọ́n má gbọ́ àwù àjòjà nù so pa àmàràwì mà lánà ẹ̀bọ̀ òjà àbí gọọmenti gẹ́gẹ́ sọ́gíà wì má ẹ̀ àwọ̀ àgbọ̀mà gbìyàngbìyàn àwọ̀ àwọn má gbọ́ àwọ̀ náà kú ẹ̀ gàdùn mà gbèrò àkpórì nẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ mà náà ló mú yìí mà bọ̀ náà tẹ̀ gbèrè mú wà mú ní àtòbí àwọ̀ ẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ ní nàgbà lọ ẹ̀ anamugba mi ewe usanka mi ọ̀nà do gbọ́ di natana nuda ugage wọ́n mi ẹ̀gẹ̀ náà ká rọ̀ bẹ̀gẹ̀ ni èso kí a náà rẹ̀ federal government àti òun ògìtẹ̀ ìbùdó ààrẹ ọlágbádá náà rẹ̀ dá adé state ya ẹ̀gẹ̀ náà wọ́n yà bọ̀lọ̀ tó tọ̀ ibà wọ́n ní adóbọ̀ iná rẹ̀ dá adé mẹ́ta yà lù igò ẹ̀ 3,000 wọ́n máa sẹ́lẹ̀ yà dé fún ẹ̀yẹ 5 litre no ezagogo nekere arunda egie egan nda isobia ojaya janoma we unyine mani ma bena ya segbe de ege sogia no baba emi ya igba no dado ogwa eyegbe ogwa anyunyi mo so pa aya mi na we omo rarira omo na doji omo na musaka me ayi mi no ta
ore we no
obi abu noki owo na ozo omo no
KRV
omo no seba
Captain View
aba eni audio ligi yala o ma mi o ya owo mo ala ni na bo ewude na gbe abo ewude olabude okay na iyo jana o jana ro ege sogia so pe na ya mi ma mo jani ara wo ma gbabo ewude egbe ra we ligi ina ya sunna o amuli no ro te wi mana usaka no ro te wi mana
the
democracy na oto agbe ya wadoge no gege na ya democracy na upe arobogban ke ba panu we gebe na ofi boye e bi oto we ade obi be de no ro na ana ga we no we na ba si wa no ke my dead awe again no ge ya go ari no oyibo paria ona do kede do we kede do la de Nigeria
we say petrol
jere era muve e ma no rai na wa je na o ba mu go no so ya dole do na yi o ba mu ko mo de Nigeria o ga wa to ke do na pa odu emu ko bia e wo na gwa lo ma mi e go se ga gbada egbe no tele bi zu gbe jora ana we me mani ade ni edo ki o kari oba ofie ri wa ya fie ana do do akari oba e ba ni kolo Lukman ati corruption ona do ri ama we ki so giani no wo da mama mi ala go da ropa no ro ke ni ade wo mana koko ayobo keke na ye ga gbo magba le ni ya ma eni ya nze mu dia kere ona so hanu to ele na pize o ma se 5,000 wa ni go kere mo bo emiliki ima ya mu da re ni o na wa gbona kesko e ko re wa to miliki 10 kobo o wa mo bread o wa to wa nya no enwemila wa enwene obu yu arugbo emiliki ni ano manoro 1,000 adopa me na yo no de ni ya mi go ya desel eni na gbe kan ara sioma ani ari oba no ro na mamo egbero ya wiye bo no wa one ode na amu moto na ya igbo wa e ma no mi moto mi ni o no amu hie e be bo ti frustration ologo mo na wo be do po emi na wo be ga logo asokito ero bo ga asokito be government oyin na roge o wa keka igo ru ya ri card we agbe mo gbe we o pa ga ro be na asokito uzole ba no gbera igi se ra mi o ga ri oba o me ni se ra onope oro we ba ti ni we oro wa gbe no o igbe na fun na we o ma no wota o ma ka mo ni go ri card o igbe na fun na o we 15,000 e na ge gbe me e na ge e na mo we ha mi me we ke agbe no we di go be ri o le li mere me na we na o ga ri oba la se na ka ma me go ga ri oba me ye le ni oro ga ye 1 naira aya ri card in the central hospital no ga ri ring road ma me 105,000 you know di yo bona ri oba je ni ba mi ma ye school baba bege no gbe age so dia ni aga de ni ma ege gbemu dia bege so dia no gbemu dia na ru ara amu mi la le da de school we irieni ni tade re irieni no rari oba e mo na re se no re bo so pe na de je na a de bo we ranu yo to o wa mi o we yi o kan me bread ro nu a kan ye yo nu
wa pe o yo
o ba to pe
ise eniwa ya yi wa da yi ma ba we hege na yena baya fe wori he
bizu be aboda
enya be nya nia nekere ma bera zebe no yasunu ma bere imura no rewo pe no yare ma bere ukupe ni ma le iye mego igo ni valu yi ma bere ha no rewo nekere ma bere Nigeria no ipa japa eya este japa no gibe japa donya eme ni japa enu dada yena otogbe eyere yapa iya ni we pa ma be won oyibiri owulo yode nda Nigeria no lato atopa ni wulo na gbewa ibi ma yake oyeye ni afe popo wa no ewo ni gba oye Nigeria obiyan obuwa oye baya dole ye enara oye ye muva wa ma ye ya sunni bene edoye ni a daga we ne we nupo no ki ma ni wo na amu yoko oni ma ye lo ni a ye no pe we ba mẹ́wàá báyìí ní wàrúwẹ́ ọyẹ ìpẹ́yìn 7,000 5,000 ẹ̀yìn náà máa yẹ lọ ni ṣùgbọ́n bí èyí náà yí tẹ̀lé wò yẹ ẹ báyàwó yìí yà ẹ àrè mẹ́wàá wá sọ̀tà wẹ̀ aláwòdà àgọ́ àlọ́ aláwòdà ọ̀nà aláwòdà náà àgọ́ àlọ́ náà ẹ̀ sì yíyẹ kè ndana yìí náà wà mí ọ̀nà nọ̀ọ́mà ní ó sì ti gbogbo mọ̀ yìí àìgbàlẹ̀ rẹ̀ ní ànàṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́tọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ nàìjíríà yìí òpó dègbé wẹ̀dọ̀wọ̀nà ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yàn ẹ̀wọ̀ ilẹ̀ wà ilẹ̀ rí ẹ̀wọ̀ dòtàgbọ̀n ìmàlẹ̀ rí èlú yẹn àmì wà kégbé nílé ilẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yàn àwọn àlẹ́ díẹ̀ dọ̀ ìyẹn àṣẹ̀dọ̀ ìyẹn màá mi wà yà wọ̀n náà màá mi wà yà gbogbo màá mi wà yà wọ̀ màá mú àyíyẹ̀ ma bọ́jí ẹ̀wẹ̀ dọ́nà òtó ṣe wẹ̀wọ̀ yà ní ẹ̀ma tuntun náà ní yírọ̀ yà ṣe gbé gọ́vnọ̀ yà ṣe yàfẹ́ èyí náà yàfẹ́ èyí máa gbàlótọ́ yìí náà yà dùn ugẹ́wẹ́ 27 ẹ̀hárọ̀ ọgbọ̀n náà yìí ègbé wò bẹ́ẹ̀ èsòjà ìmá ẹ̀hún sẹ́ẹ̀ lèrè ewé ni màá yé bọ́ ewé náà dé bọ̀ èmù lòtẹ́dọ̀ àyẹ̀kẹ́ náà yé mu ẹ̀ là ọmọ afá ọmọ òkèrè ẹ̀ o èrè ewé.
ẹ̀ kàrà yẹ ọ̀la
wọ̀la
wẹ́ẹ́ mi yà la nìyà.
àwọn yà la.
àwọn yà la.
àwọn yà la èkèné ayámọ́ ẹ̀ la ayámọ́ ẹ̀ lu wọ́ọ̀ ayámọ́ ẹ̀ lèkèné.
ìyá àwọn iná ọ̀nyọ̀ ta nínú ẹ̀.
èyí náà yà ni wọ́n tẹ́ bizugbe ìwé ìbòwé adé yóò yí lókà ẹ̀.
baba ọ̀sán abọ́dọ̀ ọdẹ báyìí máa ya náà fi ìwé rẹ̀ rẹ̀ dàgbé máa ya ẹ̀dọ́ tẹ̀wọ́n pa ọwọ́ kàràkà
ó kò pé ikú
yọ ibù ló bí yẹ ìbò ẹ̀ rẹ̀ mameke ma yi na de wa gbe ma na awa gbe na ọ̀sán abọ́dọ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ lọ́gọ̀ máa mú máa gbá ọwọ́ ni máa wé náà ó yóò bọ̀ ní mà yọ̀wí gbé ma na ọ̀sán abọ́dọ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ máa mí ewé ni máa sí pàgbé lẹ́rẹ́ sí máa dìgẹ́ ma bẹ yá ní ọbọ̀yẹ pẹ̀tì lẹ́yà mọ̀ wọn àyùpọ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ní làpò ní ẹ̀ pẹ̀ ẹ̀ náà lọ́kọ̀ ẹ̀ ìwà ní múdà kẹfẹ́ náà ìyá àgbẹ̀ òkòkò rárẹ̀ dàgbé yàn náà tẹ ẹ̀ dividend náà òkòkò dọ̀ rẹ̀ àyè gbé ní mayá àyè gbé ẹ̀gbọ́ ẹ̀ màá nàdó láwó lọ́kọ̀ mọ̀ sábà náà lọ́kọ̀ wọn rẹ̀ sún ukó yìí mọ́ àdó bàbá yà ni mẹ́ka kàbọ́dọ̀ mú pàmò wẹ̀rẹ̀ ìdógẹ̀ yìí wẹ́ ìmọ̀ àtàwé di ọwọ́ di ọmọ pa nìyí ìṣẹ́zà ọ̀ ti máa ma sẹ́ sọpọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wò orí ìgbégun ẹ̀ orí ìyìn ìkàwé ni ókè náà orí ọwọ́ pàdé máa mú ẹ̀ ọmọ mú lẹ́kẹ̀tì yéye tó dọ́ni bí màá lè lẹ wà ní ìgbà orí mọ́ náà House of Assembly House of Senate House of Representatives the President the Governor wàyáwó ẹyẹ èèmọ̀ ni wà gbà oge wàhálà gbà ọ̀rọ̀ àmúhàyà ẹ̀yẹ̀mọ̀ anágbọ̀n èèmọ̀ anágbọ̀n ni awúlò ọ̀hánà ìgbèjọ́ wọn dọ́wọ́ nọ̀bẹ̀ ń tẹ̀tí lè mú gbó n'òyìnbó ìwé náà èèmọ̀ ya gbà kọ ìbòdẹ àgbèso wa àgbèso àmọ̀ yẹ imú agbóná tó ti kó yẹ lọ́yà fún.
èyí máa gbọ́ kàǹtù dẹ́ ẹ̀mí náà rẹ̀ wùyí ùdómẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ náà yá dùn ẹ̀ gbẹ̀gẹ̀ ní àríọba ọ̀rẹ́ ìyíkóyàsẹ̀ àní ìmọ̀ wípé ẹ̀ arọ́wọ́gbọ́n ní gbéra bí àlùwà náà gẹ́gẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ yìí rọ̀ wáyé tutù àwẹ̀ òtún àjọ bí Nàìjíríà ní àfi wòrí ẹ̀ ní àfi yóò kú gbé wẹ́ aláwọ̀dá ọ̀rá rọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà dé ǹdàyẹ̀ ní gbéra àbí yẹ èmọ̀ ìlówó ebè àádọ́ gbogbo yẹn náà yẹn rí ìbáyé yẹn àrí stadium yẹn àrí ẹ̀yà àrí mìírànpá yẹn àrí yé wíwó náà yé náà ní wọn wà ẹ́ sè Nàìjíríà rí ilé petrol wà ẹ́ mú ẹ́ rí àyíṣẹ́ tí yìí kàmọ́dẹ́ àyíṣẹ́ tí yìí yúgbó àyíṣẹ́ tí yìí yógò èyí ni bóyá fẹ́ wà ẹ̀ wọ́n máa náà tútù ẹ̀ àrí ọba yàfẹ́ máa pọ̀ mọ́ sàrọ́bà yẹ̀dẹ̀ náà náà lórí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀sọ́ ìmọ̀ mára no saruba ge gbéra ya ni ko ni re hospital ni kino hino no be do wa ni gbemara ni ka no ge gbéra wa saruba ge gbéra wa ya fe mama na mu gibo ta de na yito maya ka uge na dona saruba de ba maya fe ọba ato pe ise
Oh,
certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, already I'm here. Is that where
You not over?
Yes.
You not do so much.
Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, I'm here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici quoi voici
ça m'a toqué sama tope
Wayagi ma pon me samane Wayagi ma pon me samane
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I will.
c'est papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, no, we said. Who paid you? Who paid you?
Papa.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe uwe dine. Ejo uhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwada.
Isewa.
Bawe kwa ba. Ojo uwe. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ade wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a socio-cultural show, a unique one at that tends to focus on some topical issues in the society. You know, some of those issues that bedevil us as a people. Okay, and we just try to examine them and, you know, bring clarity to them, just so the people can get to, you know, have a clear understanding of them. It comes your way every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's always a pleasure to have you join me on the show. Now, today we're having a very, very interesting conversation, something that has to do with human development. Now, I always say that the concept of human development cannot be, you know, overemphasized, because vacuum is not allowed in nature. You know, in fact, there's an adage that says that, you know, nature abhors vacuum, all right? And we really can't afford to be static. So there is need for constant, you know, growth. And that's basically the essence of today's topic. And to do this with me is someone who is a very, very industrious and, of course, you know, amazing personality. He's been, you know, in the field of human development for a long time, and he's still in that field. And as a matter of fact, he's in town, you know, to do what he does best. I actually don't have much to say about him, because I believe he is going to be introducing himself. And of course, in the course of the program, you're going to get to know all that there is to know about him. He goes by the name of Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew. And of course, he is a global management consultant. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome to Flipside.
Thank you, everyone.
Your maiden appearance, huh?
Yes, and it feels so good to be here. And,
yeah, it's indeed exciting to have you on the show. So, I mean, this is one topic that I love to, you know, talk about: human capacity development. Because I, for one, am a fan of human capacity development. As a matter of fact, I believe that the best gift you can give to yourself as a person is to constantly, you know, develop yourself. You understand? I've never been a fan of being on one spot for too long. Okay, so yeah, that's basically what we're talking about today. Now, what is human capacity development? Maybe we should start on that note. How would you define human capacity development?
Thank you so much, and thank you to our very highly esteemed guests and viewers. Human capacity development, basically, to a layman, let's be very practical, it refers to the process of equipping people with the knowledge, the skill, the competence, the capacity to enable them reach their full potentials. And human capacity development basically is entrenched with 6 major foundations. There are 6 fundamentals of human capacity development.
Okay.
So to build a people, you have to invest in building their capacity. To build a nation, people must develop the capacity to be able to build a nation. So you will also say that a nation is as good as those who are building the nation.
Wow. Okay.
And the human resource of a nation is more important than the oil, the land, the natural resources. So the 6...
actually getting there, when you say capacity, what exactly are we looking at? You know, because some persons will tell you that there is mental capacity, there's financial capacity, right? Which society tends to celebrate more.
There are 6 core major fundamentals of the Human Capacity Development Index. 6 core.
Okay, let's have
You have education, which is formal and informal. You have vocational and skill training. You have health and wellness. You have leadership development. You also have institutional development. You have information and innovation technology.
Wow, that's a whole lot.
So these 6 core make up the body of human capacity development.
Okay.
And if you are looking at that with a view of building a nation, if these 6 are not in present, we can build
a nation.
So we are building education, both formal and informal, because those are also tools to develop people and to also give people the skills required to create wealth.
Especially in this era where education doesn't seem to be
attractive anymore. So you see that we are attaining formal education or we are attaining informal education. For those who cannot, then vocational education is there. You acquire a skill, get some vocational training and all that. Oh, I don't want to go to school. Okay, I want to be a health coach. I want to be a nutritionist. You build capacity in that area. You can create value from that. Also, you can create wealth from it. So, okay, I don't want to do all that. Okay, let's build leadership capacity.
Okay.
Let's invest in building leadership capacity for the next generation, even as whatever we have in Nigeria today. If that's not possible, then you are talking about institutional development, where we are going to build stronger institutions than stronger individuals. So what we have in Nigeria today now is we have very strong individuals without strong institutions.
With weak institutions.
There are even no comparison. You can't even say they are weak. There are no institutions.
Oh, really?
The individuals superimpose those institutions. So it's not even being weak. We have invested so much in building individuals than building strong institutions.
Is that inherently a bad thing?
Of course, it is a bad thing. It breeds dictatorship. It breeds lack of inclusion in governance and leadership, where it is one man's will that millions of people must follow. It's no longer a collective thing as to this is what we want, this is our values. No, it's not. It's an individual. And when that individual is varying, there's nobody to checkmate the individual. It is institutions that does the checkmating. So human capacity development is an interesting theme on its own. And nations that invest in building human capacity tend to enjoy sustainable growth more than nations that don't.
Okay, now they say charity begins at home, so let's focus on our own.
On our own.
All right. So would you say Nigeria is a nation that invests in human capacity development?
The answer is no.
Okay, why would you say that?
All right, because we have built a culture now in Nigeria that is driven a lot by money worship.
Yeah.
It's all about money now.
How much money you have and control.
Even politics is also being driven by the money you have and all that. It's no longer about the value that you possess, the impact that you are willing to offer to communities, to families, to society, and to the nation at large. So you have people who have money from whatever sources, they are the ones who run the show. So, and then that also will make education less attractive to the younger generation. So the average young person in Nigeria today wants to just make money, doesn't want to go to school
I'm
anymore.
actually glad you said that, because trending recently.
Yeah, I saw something even today that somebody said.
Rapper YC.
Somebody
said something about
what do you call it, the Olodo syndrome, Olodo something.
Yeah, they said it's Olodo uprising.
Yeah. And if you look at that, that in itself is not the problem. The root cause of that is the money worship. So people are focused on the material acquisitions and the flamboyance of wealth than investing them in building the capacity to be able to manage that wealth when it comes.
Wow.
Is there anything wrong with making money? There's nothing wrong with making money. Whether you are making money legitimately or illegitimately, that's your cross to bear.
Okay.
Everybody needs money.
But there's something morally wrong with it.
But of course, it's entirely morally, legally also wrong with it. But we're not here to discuss the legality of that.
Absolutely.
So our discussion is centered on when this money comes, if you have not taken time to invest in building your capacity, either by obtaining formal or informal education, either by developing vocational or skill education, either by investing in building wellness and health education, or building relationship, when the money comes, you make a mess of yourself.
When you say relationship, are you talking in terms of network?
No, beyond network, a relationship here is how you interact with people. How you interact with your ecosystem. Basic interaction, mannerism, communication. You don't need to have a PhD. I saw somebody saying something that one young man is better than many PhD holders. How many PhD holders has money, because a young person seems to be making it on social media, and I laughed. And I said that the reason why that statement can be prevalent on social media now because we don't understand the place of the academy in building our national development index. One person who makes money off social media cannot be compared to one person who's a PhD holder. Why? Because a PhD holder, for example, is somebody who has gone through academic process, who can build policies, who can create framework, who can create solutions to help that social media influencer who's making money on how to manage his money.
So making money is one thing, then managing it is another.
Managing is another thing. And to manage money, you need competence, you need skill, you need knowledge. And that's where the human capacity development comes in.
All right.
I saw something in research, and one former head of state in Nigeria said that Nigeria's problem is not money. Nigeria's problem is how to spend the money. And that is the fundamental root cause of the problem of Nigeria today. When the wealth came, the people who made the wealth didn't have the capacity to manage the wealth, to know what to do with the wealth.
And that has something to do with education, I guess?
Human capacity development.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew, Global Management Consultant. It's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, in case you're just joining us. And we're having a very, very interesting conversation about the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on this very important break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and I still have Dr. Stephen right here with me to discuss the role of human capacity development in nation building. Now, you spoke so much about education before we went on that break, and that gives me the impression that education is indispensable if we are going to truly develop our capacity as a people. Now, tell me how you think education can contribute to human capacity development in practical terms.
Okay, let's take it back to look at the story of Singapore, for example. Singapore became a city-state powerhouse by virtue of its investment in human capacity development.
Okay.
Formal education, informal education. Japan is ruling the technological space. Why? Because it invested a lot of money in human capacity development, especially in the informal education sector. Now, the United Nations Human Capacity Index says that nations who invest a lot in human capacity development will do 3 times more than nations with less human capacity development. Singapore is an example, Japan is an example to buttress that. So I believe strongly that education is not just about knowing how to read and write. Education is a pathway in knowing how to relate with the ecosystem itself. And that relation here talks about communication, conflict resolution, relationship management. In that communication is holistic communication anyway, because communication goes beyond just talking and hearing.
Okay.
It's about verbal communication, non-verbal communication, sign language, gesticulation.
So it's all encompassing.
All encompassing, holistic communication. How the relationship, how to do business, how to interface with
it also
people.
Emotional intelligence.
Yes, it's all encompassing. That's where the relationship part of it comes in. Emotional intelligence, emotional intelligence. So you must build capacity for all of this if you want to be able to develop economically as a nation. So we don't have people who have money and don't have emotional intelligence running.
Or like they say in our local parlance, that don't have sense.
That may be too extreme.
Okay.
So we need to invest a lot. And this investment here is not about building more schools. We have a lot of schools already. But the infrastructure that enables qualitable education is what we lack. And that qualitable education here basically talks about how people can enjoy the learning process. How people can, learn while learning and not just go to school to get a certificate and go out.
For the sake of it.
Yes. So we need to invest a lot in that level of infrastructure so that we can build a working community or a working nation. And then if somebody comes out and says, oh, I have a BSc in engineering, you know the person has a BSc in engineering. The mannerism, the disposition, the demeanor, the interaction, the communication, the charisma. And that's what education brings. It goes beyond, oh, I have money, those things are mundane things people want to use to make arguments these days. So we must take time to invest in developing the capacity in these areas, so that when the money comes eventually, the money does not control us. We have the maturity, we have the competence, we have the capacity to manage the money, to control the money. Then we can distribute that wealth to serve the purpose of building the nation. And that's where we are struggling currently now. I mean, tell a young person, I interact with young people a lot about furthering your education. They tell you no. They say why? Because they want to make money. A lot of them now want to become social media content creators or streamers, because they say, those people are making a lot of money.
There's a lot of money in it. All right, now you know, in passing, you made mention of the need for skill acquisition as well. Do you think, as a nation, we place enough emphasis on skill acquisition? Or is that also part of education in itself?
Of course, it is part of education in itself. So I take it from the skill acquisition, to me, is very fundamental. And why is it fundamental? Everybody must not be an employed labor force. There are some people that must create the jobs.
Okay.
And the only way you can create the jobs is if you have the skill to create the jobs. So if government pays a lot of attention more in beyond building nursing schools or universities or polytechnics, and invest a lot more in building technical training schools, so that people can go to learn proper learning of welding, proper learning of bricklaying, proper learning of this basic skill you call artisan, skill. But we don't have a system that produces all of this, and that's why you bring someone to come and do something in your house, and he comes and messes up the whole place because he didn't go through a proper learning
acquisition center. But whose responsibility do you think it is?
Government, it is. It's government.
Okay.
If government pays a lot
solely
of attention,
government?
Yes, it's government. If government, and what does government do? Create the framework, put the standard, put the structure in place,
the enabling environment as well.
Yes, the private sector can invest in pursuing with the standard that government has created. But there's a lot of emphasis in the normal tertiary institutions. So everybody must go to university, everybody must do JAMB. Not everybody is caught out for that. There are some people that right from primary or secondary school, they should go straight to a vocational training center to go learn how to do things with their hands, because that's what they are gifted for. So if you invest a lot in that, we are automatically creating employment. And this is true. There's no way you can create employment without human capital development. You can't create employment without it. And everybody must not be a banker. Everybody must not be a journalist. Everybody must not be a learned person like myself or yourself. Some people's calling and some people's gifting is in artistry. So government needs to focus a lot in providing a framework that makes that attractive. So instead of people chasing the quick money now, they go do some 2-3 years, settle, learn, and then the government produces them and empowers them with tools and enabling resources to start their own businesses. Then, with mentorship, with guidance, under a structured program, they can become high flyers.
Okay, we actually do hope that we get to that point. But let me ask this.
Yes, please.
What do you think is the relationship between human capacity development and innovation?
Technology. We're talking about the next, what you call technological wave, industrial revolution and all that. If you don't acquire the technical skill to know the use of this new technology, there's no way you can create value from it. Look at what's going on in the world now, the age of AI. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in a meeting discussing an investment opportunity with someone. We're talking about EVs. And I discovered that, like in Lagos, where I come from, for example, there are only 2 major EV charging stations in Lagos. Now you will not know, just two. You will not know if you don't do a research. Now you do that research and you are able to create a business out of it. That information, you're leveraging on it and you're building wealth. So people need to pay attention also in building and acquiring technological skill because the world has moved. And with the age of AI and technological advancement, we will do much more faster and achieve much more results than it is building cement and building sugar plants. I'll give you a practical scenario. This is not talking down on anyone, but in 2007, Elon Musk today was not on the Forbes list of the world's richest. As of 2007, the Africa's richest man, who is worth about $32 billion now, was worth about $1.8 billion as of then. Elon Musk arrived on the Forbes mainstream as of 2012. And his arrival, he came in with about 10 point something there, about $1 billion. Today, he's 950 something, $55 billion worth because he lost about $500 billion 2 days ago. He came down from the trillionaire level to about $958.5 billion worth. Now, study the pattern. Sliding right into this AI Gemini technological advancement age, because he kept on building and investing in that area, his wealth kept on increasing.
Okay.
See the trajectory. The guys who had been there were building maybe softwares like the IBMs, like the Microsofts and all that, the Jeff Bezos and all that, the supply chain, the e-commerce and everything. In Nigeria, you talk about the industrial revolution of the Aliko Dangotes and all that, staple foods, FMCGs. Now, is anything wrong with that? No. But somebody rose between 2012 and 2026 to $1 trillion worth just by technological advancement.
Okay. So that's in a nutshell, that's the connection.
Yeah, imagine that it's a nation that took 10 years or 15 or 20 years to invest in building technological assets.
I mean, if an individual can achieve that,
imagine what a nation will achieve.
Wow.
Yesterday, I was also listening to an interview by Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and he said something very profound and striking. He said, governments have more money than private individuals. Yes. And I was curious for him to explain what he said, because the money the government has, private individuals don't have it. If government put as much money as private individuals put in developing the industries in their nations in Africa, Africa will not collect loan from any country in the world again. And it's the truth.
And the big question is, how many of his peers are thinking like him?
Of course, there are not so many of them. I don't think there are even up to 5 of them who think like it. The man is a genius. He's in his own world.
Well, I actually do wish that Africa has more geniuses to boast of.
We're coming up.
In case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen Oshoke is still right here with me, and we're discussing the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on another break, and when we return, we up the ante a bit. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen is still right here in the building with me. Now, I would like to ask you this, Dr. Stephen. How do you think youth empowerment influences nation building? Because most times when we hear of youth empowerment, what comes to mind is financial support. So do you think,
rice
yeah, exactly. So, and then of course there's bags of rice. Do you consider that empowerment, or you think it goes beyond that?
Yeah, for me, empowerment goes beyond that. You know, the difference between empowerment and enablement. So I'll break it down. But before I go further, to really bringing about change as a nation in terms of human capacity development, government, private sector, civil society must collaborate.
Okay.
Must all come together. It takes more than just one arm of it to build, a nation in this regard. So, taking that and marrying it to the question you asked about empowerment and all of that. Nigerian youth in particular does not need empowerment. No. What we need is enablement.
So that sounds controversial.
I'll explain. We have already been empowered, by technology.
Okay.
Which was not available.
Technology is enough empowerment for the youth?
Yes, which was not available in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. In fact, in the early 2000s, you have to pay money to apply to have access to a cyber cafe to use the internet. But today, from your mobile phone, you can reach the world.
True.
You can create videos, you can write a book, you can do so many things. So that is enough empowerment in itself. So what we need now is an enabling environment for everybody to thrive and to be able to come into the fullness of their potentials.
And who should create that environment?
Government. It's government to create the environment. Government to create a level playing field, give us power supply, give us access to the internet. You know what I'm saying? That's enablement, right? We don't need rice anymore. We don't need bags of rice. We don't need those things. Sewing machine. Those are mundane.
In what category would you place rice? Empowerment or enablement?
That's stomach infrastructure. That's not even empowerment. It's stomach infrastructure. In fact, because I do a lot of charity myself.
Okay.
So I understand this very well. And in my charity, I have a charity for widows and orphans I do every December, and the minimum numbers is about 5,000 widows. And I've run that for about 11 years. So I can tell you
that's a lot.
Categorically that even though we give people food, we still have vocational skill training segments at our meetings. And the purpose for that is so that beyond just the rights we are giving to them, we create an enablement for them to be able to thrive and earn something for themselves. So that way they can become self-sufficient. It is enablement that gives room for self-sufficiency.
I guess that it's safe to say that that's tantamount to teaching people how to fish rather than giving them fish.
Yes, basically. So beyond just coming to give you rice, give you fish, give you food, give you sardine, we sit you down, teach you how to bake cake, how to make soap, how to do basic skills, basic things, fashion design, and then we back it up with the funding required to start up, so that we see your progress, we monitor you, and that is what we need. Another point of enablement basically is that Nigerian youth need mentorship. A lot, actually. We need more mentors now than ever before. Because now the propensity for the average Nigerian youth to make money now is fast. With the advent of social media and the internet.
So where do mentors come in?
Mentors come to help you, give you guidance, set control, create sort of an accountability program that helps to checkmate you from losing your head. Mentors come to show you the way. Oh, I've been there. You can have 100 million today and you can become broke 24 hours after. One bad decision, one wrong investment, one wrong association, everything goes down the drain. So you need a mentor now to say, no, this is how to invest, this is how to save, this is how to plan, this is what to do. We need more mentors now, ever than before. Because the propensity to become wayward is high. The propensity to become irresponsible is high. Everything is high now, both positively and negatively. So for me personally, I believe that we have gone beyond the level of empowerment. Now, we're in the level of enablement. Where we create opportunities for people to thrive. We create circumstances and situations and scenarios for people to succeed without worrying about who they know or who they don't know. I was telling some young people yesterday, I said success is not so much about how hard you work, about how smart you work. No. Success now is a lot more about leverage. It's about leverage. You can be the hardest worker and you have no result to show for it. You can be the smartest worker, you have the brain, you have the brilliance, no result to show for it. But somebody who doesn't have all those things and has leverage, you know what I'm saying? So leverage.
So by leverage now you mean support system?
I like to use the word enablement. Rather than support. It's usually heavily abused. So I rather use the word enablement. So if you create an enabling environment It's okay, a young man who is skilled in an area. You don't have to you don't have to come from a Edo State. You don't have to be an Isako person or a Benin person or an Esan person. As long as you have the competence to do the job, bid for the job. Go through the process. If you qualify for it, you get the job. You get what I'm saying? And then if you create that kind of system and everybody knows that they don't need to lobby or hustle, they will pay more attention in building the capacity for that when the opportunity comes.
That's quite a lot, and I must say it's an eye-opener for a lot of persons out there, and I'm hoping that the people concerned are actually taking notes. Now, here's another question. Okay, what challenges? Because I think it's imperative that we look critically into the hindrances. All right. So, what challenges do you think hinder human capacity development in developing nations? I guess it's safe to consider Nigeria a developing nation.
Yes, for now.
Even though some persons will
even though I don't like the term calling. Okay. It should be. I mean, we're talking about Singapore and Brazil now. They are in first world nations now, and as of 1960, Nigeria was far ahead of those two nations. But today, now those guys are first world nation. We are still battling with developing nation. Why? Leadership failure. Okay. And the root cause of leadership failure is lack of human capacity development.
Okay.
We invested a lot of time in chasing money and oil money, and building roads and building infrastructure. We forgot about developing the leadership capacity to manage the wealth when it's coming.
Okay, so what factors would you say pose a hindrance to the human capacity development
in Nigeria today as a developing nation? We talk about the deprivation, poverty, which is the anchor point upon which all of it thrives. Lack of qualitable healthcare system. People will think more about how to be alive first than thinking about how to go to school. People will think more about how to eat, what to wear.
But isn't that part of human nature? Survival instinct.
That is not just about survival instinct anymore. That for me, it is the result of the deprivation syndrome. Because every nation that develops must go through process, must go through sacrifices. There must be certain things that you must give up as a people to say, we want to make this sacrifice for our nation. Look at the story of Singapore. People had to give up a whole lot because somebody had a vision that says, I know that this will work, but for it to work, we need to make sacrifices for today. And they made those sacrifices. Today, Singapore is a city-state, and it is one of the most successful nations in the world today. Where was Singapore in 1960? Where was Nigeria as at the time of independence in 1960? You see the difference? As at that time, Nigeria was loaning nations money. But today, the difference, and the reason for that result is exclusively investing in human capacity development. So, poverty is one of the problems. Ethnicity is also a problem. This whole tribalism, this whole our culture, this is how we do it here, this is how we do it here. That in itself will limit people from harnessing the riches or the value that comes from investing in themselves and developing capacity, to develop. Another thing, majorly, like I call it the ignorance syndrome. And ignorance syndrome here is not ignorance in itself. It's about people who don't know, but think they know.
Okay, that's pretty interesting because it suggests that it's one thing not to know.
Not to know, and acknowledge that you don't know.
So some
people don't know, but
they do not even realize that they don't know. Okay.
And then year in, year out, making progress, growing. It takes the humility to know that I don't know this thing. I need to acquire the skill to know it. I need to get the information to know it. I need to get the knowledge to know it. And when you get the knowledge, you can now apply that information acquired. It is the application of the information that now produces the result. So, but when you don't have any result to produce. So year in, year out, you remain the same. Nations will keep flying over our heads. And look at it, Japan, South Korea, for example, China, like that's even the senior brother. What has led to the development of these nations? Human capacity development. Invest in building technology. And it is people that build technology. It means that some people sat down to research. 10, 15, 20 years research. The things we are seeing now in AI and all these electric cars we are seeing now were things we watched in movies as at 1980 and early 90s. The spaceship, Starship Troopers, how you saw flying cars, How you saw cars that worked on water, you saw cars on EV, they said these cars are electric cars, it doesn't use gasoline.
And I guess those things were projections back then.
Product of research and research and research and research. What researches are we doing as a nation? Are we preparing 10, 15, 20 years from today? No. We are not. We are busy about politics. And young people are busy on social media, want to become content creators. Wow. It's the truth. So nobody is really looking at what would the world look like in 20, 30 years' time. And the only way we can do that is by investing in research work, building solutions that meet the need of the future when it comes. And that's how we are able to get wealth. That's how we're able to get wealth. So we're not paying that price because of the deprivation, the poverty, the lack of information, the lack of the willingness on the part of government now, for example, to also make certain sacrifices. And if that subsists, everybody becomes complacent and lukewarm. And years will pass.
So don't look.
Months will pass. Days will pass. Still remain the same.
Okay. Okay. I mean, you painted quite a gloomy picture right there. And, I mean,
but it's good. I personally like this show and these conversations we are having because we need to now start having a lot more of these kind of conversations, particularly for my generation, to understand. And the funny thing is that I'll say this here. I mean, I'm happy that this is a live program. The funny thing is that you can be educated at the highest level and still be wealthy. Yeah, you can, and not everybody must make money from social media.
So, what you're saying in essence is that education is not an antithesis to, wealth making.
No, it's not. It's not.
Because that's the impression that we get.
No,
nowadays.
And they are selling a narrative that pushes young people out of school, and it's working for some people. But we need to now start talking that no. This message you guys are passing now is wrong. Our children must still go to school. We must still place value on the dignity of labor, as it's called. Okay. We must still place emphasis on building technological capacity and competence. We must still place emphasis on building either academical or non-academical knowledge and skill acquisition. Because a time will come that people will have money and don't know what to do with the money.
So money becomes a problem.
Money becomes a problem.
To its owner.
Yes. And the only way you can know what to do with the money is by sense. Let me borrow your term, common sense. And the only way you can develop that common sense is by acquiring information, knowledge, which is a product of education.
Education and then skill. All right. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. We have to go on another break. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing human capacity development and its impact on nation building. Now, you made mention of other nations, in comparison to Nigeria, and actually I got curious at some point. Okay, what is it that they are doing right that you think we can take a cue from in terms of human capacity development?
Firstly, education is very free and cost effective in most of these countries. It's very accessible. In Nigeria, education is quite expensive, really expensive. So most of those nations, because the government policy backed, investing a lot in, and they made it very attractive, even to foreign students to want to go there too. So I think the government can take a cue from that, make education, and the government does not need to give loans really. All the government needs to do is regulate the market. Provide subsidies to the institutions by either building research labs or part funding, even to private institutions as well. so that their fees can be heavily subsidized for the what you call the common man.
Yeah.
I see no reason why government institutions should be expensive. Personally, this is me personally talking. And because of the level of deprivation and poverty, people will struggle to go to school. So government needs to invest in that area. And it's not about giving loans. You know, the current government has what they call NEL fund. It's not about that really. It's more about an institutional framework.
Do you think that's making any impact whatsoever?
I mean, I don't want to delve into government business and all
right.
that, but you look at things sustainably on the long run. I feel that if Singapore says that, in fact, let me not even use Singapore, that's even too far now. Burkina Faso now, as we speak today, now, the current government has an education policy of free education across board to tertiary level. And they have a 50% tuition rate for private institutions. In fact, they are even trying to shut down private institutions in Burkina Faso. Why? So as to encourage Burkina babes to go to school. I take you back to the early 60s and the early 70s in Nigeria, when Nigeria was still running the regional system of government. What was the powerhouse of the West? Awolowo's free education policy. That was the powerhouse of the West. And that was why the West today seems to be more advanced than other regions in the country. It's education. So if somebody did it then, and it worked, and the region is still supposedly benefiting from it, it means that it's still relevant.
Seems to be superior to the other regions.
Absolutely. So that is still relevant till tomorrow. So government needs to go back to
the drawing board.
That drawing board and invest a lot in education. Whether it is formal education, whether it is informal education, whether it is vocational, whether it is skill, that is where the juice is. That's where it is. I mean, it's just very practical in our eyes. Look at the northern region. They were busy with commerce and business, and they didn't bother about building human capacity development for their people. See where we are dealing with today as a nation. Why? Is crime rate high from that end because of lack of education? And that's the truth. It's the root cause. We can try to politicize it, but that is the fundamental reason why it is so. The average northern student doesn't know what ABCD is. They don't care about it because they were not raised to care about it. They were told, oh, politics, business, mishai, do your thing, make your money, and all that. But back up here, somebody says, I want to give my people free education, and see the difference. Go back to the UAE, Dubai precisely. The current ruler of Dubai said, you know what, I want my people to be the best in everything. And the beginning point, he started investing in education. So we cannot overemphasize the importance, the efficacy of education with nation building and building strong institutions, because it is people that build a nation. And it is the quality of people that determines the kind of nation that will be built. It is people that build a nation. So when you have a nation that is being run by charlatans and illiterates and people who don't even, I don't want to go into some of those, but you can see the results. I was watching something early this morning. Somebody said that Nigerians should go and start frying akara and selling kuli. That is the way they can come out of poverty. See what else? You can imagine it is 2026.
The mindset.
A government is saying that the only way people can become self-sufficient and independent, economically viable,
to take up many
go and sell
akara, jobs,
and sell kuli. Not even saying that, oh, we want to set up kuli manufacturing factory and run it as a national commodity at scale, because we have the mineral resources, we have the human resources, not that. But saying people can start kuli subsistent level, what value would that bring to the economy? What value would that bring to the nation? So, and that kind of statement only tells you also the quality of the mind of that person. You see the difference, right? You know, when I did my program in Harvard Business School, part of the thesis they gave us then was to study about Unilever how Unilever became what it is. And the research work was with Unilever Kenya. And they said that the reason why Unilever blew and became extremely successful was because they practiced what they call inclusive leadership. And that inclusive leadership here is giving everybody a stakeholdership in the business. So a supplier is not just a supplier is also a stakeholder in the business. So more like you have 1% or you have 2% or you have 3% or you have something. So by virtue of your stake in the business, you must ensure the business succeeds. So we need to, and it is also a product of development, education, knowledge. So people who don't have it can't tell you how to become wealthy. They will tell you how to fry akara and kuli.
A simple case of you can't give what you don't have.
You can't give what you don't have. You can never give what you don't have. And it's the truth. Because you don't have it. You have never been able to create wealth. You have not taken time to study, to acquire competence, to acquire capacity, to acquire the skills of knowing how, okay, we have a granite pyramid in the north, for example. How can we commercialize that at a scale that will begin to export kuli to other parts of the world? That we export will bring us foreign direct investment. That investment will bring us more jobs. That more jobs will also create opportunity for further research. So what other products can we make out of this? Research will come in. And the more you research, the more discoveries you get. The more products you provide. The more products you provide, the more solution and the more money you make. So kuli can still drive national development if somebody sits down and does it the right way. That's the truth. As we call it kuli, as small as it is, it can become an export commodity. We buy chocolates from Europe, from South Africa. Is that not also export commodity? It is, yeah. Our kuli too can also be chocolate. True. Yes, and we can export. It's our own. They don't have kuli in America. But we buy chocolates from there. We export container load of chocolates from America. Who says we cannot export container loads of kuli from here?
Perhaps our people think that they might not find it, enjoyable.
Try it first. Who knew that you can enjoy chocolate?
True.
And we have black chocolate, which is not so sweet. You have the sweetened chocolate.
And in all fairness, I understand that there are lots of Caucasians who enjoy some of our stuff, some of our products.
If you go, do you know that Nigerian restaurants abroad are the most expensive? Yes, if you go to Europe or you go to Dubai, you want to buy Nigerian food, Nigerian restaurant, it's twice expensive as the normal Arabian food you eat there. Why? Because, anything that is rare is expensive. Yeah, normal economic principle. High demand. So who says that and it's not about private individual now. Okay. It is a government business. Because only government will have the money to do it at scale. Do you know the thousands of young people that will be employed in those factories? If government says they want to set up one factory in the 6 geopolitical zones, that's 6 factories.
6 factories.
At an average of 100,000 employees. You know what I mean? That's 600,000 employees. Will Nigerian graduates come out of school and be looking for jobs?
Absolutely not.
Do farmers have to worry about their groundnuts? The natural resource is there. Government does not even need to plant it. Farmers are ready. The idea is there. People will plant it in my village. They plant groundnuts every day. You plant it, government goes and collects as what you call off-takers, and it's distributed across the 6 geopolitical zones. Government does the refining, the packaging, and it's exported. Government is making foreign direct investment directly. I was telling my friend one day, I said, I have a vision of setting up an agro-allied processing plant, here in Edo State, in my place and all that. And basically it's just extracting and refining and packaging what we have here and for export purposes. That will become an income generation revenue source to the government. Someday. I don't know when the day will come, but someday.
Someday, maybe some good time in the future. Someday. Now, you are an Edo indigene, right?
Yes,
and we understand that you are from Edo State, and I would like to know what role you have played so far, or you're still playing, or you're willing to play to support human capacity development in Edo State.
Very brilliant, very brilliant. So far, since the beginning of last year, when I decided to go public with my personal development, drive, I've been to Edo State now. This is the 6th time I've been here.
Interesting.
And basically, I've not come here for any other business than, you know, canvassing young people, mobilizing young people to, you know, coach them, talk to them about business, about career development, personal success, and all that. Because I believe strongly that you cannot be a star outside, and in your house there are no stars. I also believe strongly that our stars should not be comedians and content creators only from Edo State. No. People should see us across the world as producing doctors, engineers, professors, highly intellectual, highly successful, top corporate CEOs. Because suddenly now today, the people that are supposed to be the face of Edo State are comedians and content creators. So it's making it look like all of us in Edo State are, you know, the best of us is content creation and comedy. So I've been taking time to, you know, invest with my personal resources, you know, talking to young people, and we're also supporting some schools, you know, as God will help us to do. I'm also willing to serve my state at whatever level.
Okay.
Yes, I'm willing. I believe
on the government level.
Both
because you don't sound like you are keen on, you know, having anything to do with the government today.
No, I don't personally have any interest with, you know, being with the government, but yes, in terms of business and commerce, I believe I can serve my people. So I'm also thinking of coming to set up some stuff here and to create jobs here as well. And then, you know, provide this training and mentorship program, this coaching thing for free. You know, just come.
Wow, amazing.
You know, talk to my people. And we're doing that already with the Stephen Enike Emeachi Global Business Consulting, which is driven like a charity. Okay. You know, based exclusively.
But not a non-governmental
Not a non-governmental job, but just, you know, purely driven like a non-profit, but not to the face of a, you know, an NGO and all that. Because everything we have done since the inception is entirely pro bono. Meetings we've had, conferences we've had, under that auspices is entirely pro bono. Yes.
Wow, amazing. I must say that's pretty commendable. Now, we're actually pressed for time right now.
Problem.
You know, time is never our friend on this program. But, you know, lastly, I know you've said a lot about what you're doing, you know, in terms of empowering young people. Now, do you currently have an existing platform that promotes human capacity development?
Yes, the Stephen Enike Emeachi Global Business Consulting exclusively does the Forte. Under that, we also have the Paradigm Shift Conference, which we've had 2 editions in Lagos last year. We're also having a 3rd edition in September this year in Abuja.
Wow.
So what do we do with that purpose vehicle is to converge, I call it a constellation of stars. You know, gather people together, you know, we share secrets and strategies on how to achieve anything you desire to achieve, whether in career, whether in business, whether in politics, anything. So we bring different people, successful people, highly successful, notable people, people who have track record without any criminal history, because we have built a brand of credibility. I've done business, God helping me, 12 straight years, and I have not had any financial impropriety or any problem. I've not had any legal issue, nothing. So our brand is entirely heavily based on credibility. So the people we bring to our conferences are people who have genuine story to tell from grass. I don't like to use the word grass to grace, but we call it organic wealth. So we're teaching people how to build organic. You don't have to cut corners, you don't have to steal. They are just secrets you need to know.
Basic secrets.
Yeah, they are secrets that you need to acquire. They are information you need to know to do things different from the way you have been doing them. And so far, we have had over 1,500 young people across board, you know, through our programs. And for the meeting we have coming up in Benin also on Saturday, I'm personally excited about it. Because we're looking at gathering about 1,000 young people, students. We're talking to them about the journey to becoming. It's also a vehicle to teach, to coach, to mentor them into becoming people who will be useful to the society, people, because not everybody can become useful to society.
Okay.
But everybody must become something.
Absolutely.
So our focus is to help people become useful to society.
And to themselves.
Useful to themselves. Useful to their families, useful to their communities.
All right.
Because the more people we have who are useful to themselves and society, the less crime we would have.
Yes, the less crime we would have in the society. Dr. Emeka Stephen Oshoke.
Thank you,
I
sir.
hope I got that right. Maybe not in the right order. But
So my name is Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for being on the show. I mean, it's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. I have learned a lot, and I must say, I'm curious to know more about your organization. But once again, I want to say a big thank you to you for being a part of the show. All right, it's been an amazing show. It's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we'll be taking a look at human capacity development and its impact on nation building. I've had Dr. Stephen Emeka right here in the building with me, and we've had a very, very interesting conversation. Now, I believe a word is enough for the wise, so we really cannot overemphasize the need for human capacity development in nation building. It has worked in other nations, and I'm very sure that it can work here in our nation. It's been an amazing show, and I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. The Senate has approved the 2026 budget proposal of the Nigeria Customs Service, endorsing the revenue target of 11.074 trillion naira and an expenditure estimate of 1.295 trillion naira. The approval followed the presentation of a report by the Senate Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs, which disclosed that the service surpassed its 2025 revenue target by generating 7.2 trillion naira, representing 110.5% performance against the projected 6.5 trillion naira. The committee, however, noted that revenue could have been higher, but for the suspension of the excise duty on telecommunication service, fiscal policies encouraging local production of healthcare products, and disruptions to global trade caused by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. On expenditure, the committee revealed that although the Customs Service had an approved 2025 budget of 1.132 trillion naira, only 591 billion naira was spent due to delays in project approvals by the Bureau of Public Procurement and Federal Executive Council. Chairman of the committee, Senator Issa Jibrin, said the service plans to achieve its 2026 revenue target through greater deployment of technology, enhanced revenue recovery strategies, real-time audit systems, improved trade facilitation, and intensified anti-smuggling operations. The proposed expenditure comprises 421 billion naira for personnel costs, 307 billion naira for overheads, and 565 billion naira for capital projects to be funded mainly through the statutory 4% free on board levy provided under the Nigeria Customs Service Act 2023. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin commended the Comptroller General of Customs and officers of the service for their impressive revenue performance, describing it as justification for President Bola Tinubu's decision to extend the Comptroller General's tenure. He also praised the agency's prudent spending pattern, noting that a significant portion of its expenditure was devoted to capital development rather than recurring costs. Following a voice vote conducted by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, lawmakers unanimously approved both the revenue targets and expenditure estimates. Akpabio expressed confidence that the approved budget will further strengthen the operational capacity of the Nigeria Customs Service and enhance revenue generation for the federal government. Weeks after the Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, assured residents that work was ongoing to address the perennial flooding at S&T Barracks, Isiho, on the Benin-Lagos Road, Benin City, the situation appears far from being over as residents continue to express concern over the pace of work at the site. Ofuri Aneto has details.
A visit to the area revealed that flood water covers a large section of the road, forcing motorists to spend hours navigating the failed portion, while commercial activities around the area remain disrupted. Residents attributed the slow pace of work to the contractor's prolonged absence from the site, alleging that engineers rarely visit, pointing out that the contractor had blamed the delay on a faulty excavator.
They don't work. They work for you, they enter Bada. They work for Bada finish. We don't see them again. Now every day water for everywhere they full. And they sell market for you. Every day they carry market course. And they carry market course. No road to pass. No road with the pass. Go market. No road customer they pass. Come. Government not going to pass. So I beg.
All the time. Contractor they always they come here. They look the road, but nothing done. This fine road like this, federal road in that matter, nothing done. Okay, this area, water don't carry the whole area. This is a busy area before. Business be they move here before. Because of this erosion, the business no go on again.
Where me they say, see my table for there, and they sell food. Everywhere they full. But now, I know they see one of them again. They go that side where water no day. They go just come, they go cross. Some of them where they say ice cream, they know they come again. No market.
This is the reality motorists face daily on the Benin-Lagos road. With the road gradually paving way, commuters fear it will completely be cut off if urgent repairs are not done.
In a previous interview, the State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, maintained that work was ongoing to permanently address flooding in the area. However, attempts to get a recent update from the Commissioner was unsuccessful as he was said to be out of town for other official engagements. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is facing a series of legal challenges that could significantly affect preparations for the 2027 general elections. The suits currently before the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal question the Commission's constitutional powers to legality of its revised election timetable and the status of some political parties. The cases stem from INEC's revised timetable released earlier this year, which outlines deadlines for party primaries, submission of nomination forms, and the commencement of election campaigns. Among the most prominent suits are those filed by the Youth Party and the Social Democratic Party SDP, both arguing that INEC exceeded its powers by introducing timelines they claim conflict with the provisions of the Electoral Act. Although the Federal High Court upheld INEC's authority to organize elections, it's ruled that the Commission cannot alter timelines expressly provided by law, nullifying parts of the revised timetable. INEC has appealed the decisions, insisting that its election schedule is an integrated program essential for the orderly conduct of the polls. Political analysts warn that unless the pending cases are resolved promptly, they could create uncertainty and disrupt preparations for the 2027 elections. Six suspected fighters of the Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP, along with the members of their families, have surrendered to troops of Operation Hadinkai in Goza local government area of Borno State. The acting military information officer of the Joint Task Force Northeast, Lieutenant Colonel Mohammed Ghani, said the suspects fled terrorist enclaves in the Mandara Mountains following sustained military offensives. He disclosed that troops recovered over 1.5 million naira, mobile phones and other items during the operation. The military also rescued additional abductees in Askira Uba local government area, arrested suspected terrorist logistics suppliers in separate operations, and recovered weapons, ammunition, cash and vehicles. Meanwhile, troops successfully repelled the coordinated attack on the forward operating base in Lugomani, maintaining full control of the area. Operation Hadinkai reaffirmed its commitment to sustained offensive operations aimed at dismantling terrorist networks and restoring lasting peace across the Northeast. And moving on, suspected Boko Haram terrorists have attacked Lugomani community in Ngala local government area of Borno State, destroying a police outpost, a primary healthcare center, and classrooms in primary school. The attack occurred shortly after the insurgents launched an assault on the military's forward operating base in the community. Military authorities confirmed that the attack was successfully repelled by troops of Operation Hadinkai, although some military equipment was damaged during the exchange. Security operatives have since launched follow-up operations to track down the fleeing terrorists. Meanwhile, Chairman of Ngala Local Government Council, Mala Tijani Ngala, has inspected the affected facilities and assured residents that the findings will be forwarded to the Borno State government for urgent intervention. Residents have also been urged to remain calm and continue cooperating with security agencies. The controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, has taken a fresh turn as the Council's Director General Adeniyi Adeyemi says he is ready to hand over relevant documents to security agencies investigating the alleged ghost agency. President Bola Tinubu had earlier directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate how the council secured a 1.3 billion naira allocation in the 2026 budget, despite claims by the presidency that the agency does not exist. Speaking during an online interview, Adeyemi denied wrongdoing and expressed his willingness to cooperate fully with investigators. While the House of Representatives has constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the budgetary allocation, the Senate has suspended its own inquiry pending the outcome of the ICPC investigation. The development has intensified scrutiny of Nigeria's budget process, with lawmakers calling for stronger verification measures to prevent similar occurrences in future appropriation exercises. Let's take a look at some business where the Central Bank of Nigeria has directed members of the public, businesses and financial institutions to stop rejecting the standard 100 naira banknote, reaffirming that it remains a valid legal tender across the country. The directive follows reports that some traders, commercial outlets and other economic operators had refused to accept the standard 100 naira notes over rumors that it had been withdrawn from circulation. In a statement issued in Abuja, the acting director of corporate communications at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Hakama Sidi Ali, clarified that the standard 100 naira note has not been phased out and remains in full circulation, alongside a commemorative 100 naira banknote introduced to mark Nigeria's centenary. She explained that a commemorative note was never intended to replace the existing standard 100 naira banknote, stressing that both versions are recognized as legal tender and must be accepted for all transactions nationwide. The Apex Bank warned that rejecting any legally issued Nigerian banknote contravenes the provisions of the CBN Act and undermines public confidence in the nation's currency. The CBN also cautioned individuals, businesses, commercial banks and other economic operators against refusing the standard 100 naira note, warning that appropriate sanctions will be imposed on anyone found violating the law. The bank reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the integrity of the naira, ensuring adequate cash circulation and maintaining public confidence in all duly issued Nigerian banknotes while urging Nigerians to freely accept and transact with both the standard and commemorative 100 naira notes. And now to entertainment, where Nigeria's growing influence in the global entertainment industry has received another major boost as Guinness World Records officially recognized Dapper Live, an artist, for setting the world record for the largest orchestra ever assembled at an Afrobeats concert. The historic feat was achieved on December 16, 2025, during the Trenches Symphony, the Dapper Live experience, held at the Balmoral Convention Center in Lagos, where 85 musicians performed under the direction of a conductor, alongside a lead singer, choir, and dancers. Following months of verification, Guinness World Records confirmed the achievement in July 2026, describing the performance as an outstanding fusion of Afrobeats and orchestral music. Organized by music executive Damilola Dapa Akinwumi, the concert blended Afrobeats, Fuji music, and classical orchestral arrangements in a spectacular celebration of Nigerian culture. The event featured performances by Fuji legends King Saheed Osupa and KS1 Malaika, alongside Afrobeat stars T.I. Blaze, Ribena, Bad Boy OML, Cash Coming, TML Vibes, Last Made, He Is Kasuli, and Drill Shamoni. Celebrating the recognition, Dapper Live and artists declared on social media that the event had not only staged a remarkable concert, but had also rewritten the record books. The achievement establishes a new global benchmark for orchestral performances at Afrobeats concerts and further underscores the rapid international growth of Nigeria's music industry. And now to the international scenes, where tensions in the Middle East have escalated as the United States says it struck 90 military targets across Iran during the second light of coordinated airstrikes. Iranian state media reported explosions in several southern provinces and on Iranian-controlled islands in the Gulf, while the country's health ministry said 14 people have been killed and 78 others injured during the latest wave of attacks. Tehran also claimed responsibility for drone and missile attacks targeting United States military facilities in Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain, while Bahrain's military said its air defense system successfully intercepted and destroyed several incoming Iranian projectiles. Iran's chief negotiator with the United States, Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf, accused Washington of pursuing intimidation, insisting that bullying and broken promises are no longer without consequences. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump said Iran appeared interested in reaching a new agreement, but questioned whether Tehran could be trusted. The latest escalation follows U.S. strikes earlier this week, which Washington said were carried out in response to attacks on commercial vehicles transiting the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, a plane carrying the body of former Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has arrived in the holy city of Mashhad, where the final stage of his funeral procession is expected to take place before burial. Despite the renewed fighting, global oil markets remained relatively stable, with Brent crude trading at about $77.90 per barrel. As analysts said, investors were becoming increasingly accustomed to fluctuations linked to the conflict. However, international shipping operators remain concerned over security in the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's busiest oil transit routes, with thousands of civilian sailors reportedly still stranded in the region. And now to the super exciting world of sports, where the federal government has signed a hosting agreement for the 2027 African School Games with the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa, ANOCA. The signing ceremony, which took place in Abuja on Wednesday, marked a significant step in Nigeria's quest to stage a successful second edition of African School Games tagged Abuja 2027. Chairman of the NSC, Malam Shehu Diko, said hosting the African School Games is a huge milestone for Nigeria and aligns with the goal of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to reset Nigerian sports. He reassured the committee that the second edition of the African School Games would set a new standard for future editions. And that report wraps it on ITV News at noon. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igbo J. Do join us at 3 for the World News. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Bully, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where we discuss things pertaining Nigeria, pertaining women, pertaining men, and pertaining the children. We discuss everything pertaining the family, brothers and sisters, things that are positive to us. Or if they're not positive, we'll try to find solutions or give advices on such things. And of course, today, to do one of those things, to talk about one of those things, is the Japa syndrome. But before I go into the topic properly, I'm going to let you know who is talking to you. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and thank you for joining us on WIC. And so today we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2. We had discussed Japa on this table before, and so we're continuing it because you all out there wanted more on this Japa syndrome topic. And so we're going to be talking Japa Part 2 today. And to do this with me on my right, I have Chinyere Okorafor. Chinyere Okorafor is a journalist, and so she's going to be discussing and sharing her own opinion on Japa. Chinyere, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And then also I have Gift sitting very prettily. I have Gift Furera. Yes. Gift Furera is a professional chef, and Gift Furera, her name, of course, is an Arabic name. So I have always wanted to know the meaning, and she has always shared the meaning with me. She says, is a beautiful flower. And she's sitting very pretty. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Okay, so of course I have Esther.
The food lady.
Esther is laughing. I have Esther Unen.
Yes.
Esther Unen is an educationist and a proprietress, and also a food advocate.
For men.
For men. She advises that we give our husbands, our men, very good food. And she is from that part of the country that does just that.
Justice to it.
Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so today, like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at Japa Part 2 because we've discussed Japa on this table before, and Nigerians wanted us to, share more light on Japa. And that's the reason why we brought it back to the table. So I tagged it as Japa Part 2. But before we continue on this discussion, let's look at what former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said. He says the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Anyway, before we go answering him if it will stop or it will continue, let me ask what Japa is. It's a Yoruba language, so what exactly is Japa Chinyere? Chinyere is an Igbo lady, you know, from her name, but who has lived so much in Lagos, so she knows the meaning of Japa. What's Japa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Pat. I live in Lagos, so you hear Japa Japa all the time. So I asked question and they said it means to flee. You know,
run,
to take off your shoe and just run. So that's what Japa means. And in the context where it is being used today, it's a serious issue because it has shifted from just fleeing, but to a very massive migration of individuals, families living in Nigeria.
Okay, let's take it from the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said the Japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop. Do you believe it will stop? Or it has to stop? Do you believe it has to stop?
Well, to me, I believe it has to stop. The reason is because there's an adage, and I believe it's true, that says there's no place like home. Okay? Yes, there's no place like home. So it has to stop. But before we say let it stop, what are the basic amenities on ground for it to happen that it should stop? Because the truth is that our leaders, they have actually failed us. They have failed this nation since from inception. So they have not laid down anything reasonable for anybody to look at and say, I'm the slightest opportunity to Japa, I will not. There's nothing. There's nothing. Are we talking about economic hardship? There's nothing that somebody will finish school and there's no job. Even when you get a job, you are underpaid. So they prefer to go and take manual job down there because their pay there is even higher than a bank manager here in Nigeria. Yes. So so many factors, and then the insecurity problem, the insurgency, the killing, the kidnapping, is it police brutality that we're talking about? So this, especially the youth, they actually, in the slightest opportunity, they want to japa because there's nothing that you are giving to them that will say, okay, we should stop the japa. You need to stop japa. You understand?
Okay, let me come to you, Esther. You heard what Gift said. So do you want to agree with the former president who says the japa syndrome in Nigeria has to stop?
Yes and no. Yes, if the government put the basic things on ground. Have they asked themselves, why are these youths and families, now is no longer youth, so anybody that has the opportunity to japa, the person will just, with the family, not even minding what they're going through out there. So I'm of the opinion that it should stop, but based on the ground that the government are ready to put on the basic things, the schools, our hospitals, the roads, our electricity, all this has to be in place, so that people who are jackbarring will stop. Because everybody wants good thing. You want a good life. Go to our hospitals today. It's either the doctors that are on strike, the nurses that are on strike. Go to our schools. I can remember how long I spent in school. A course that was meant to be 4 years. I ended up spending 5 years plus. So is this the country that we are telling our children to stay back? So our government that will hear us today, please, if you want us to stop jackbarring, if that word is correct, please put the basic things in place. Let our country work. We have all that it takes for us to succeed in this country.
Yes.
And we are very hard work. Nigerians are very hardworking people. So if the basic things are in place, if our electricity is in place, Nigerians will not run away.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So as a young lady, Chinyere, if you have the opportunity to japa today, will you japa?
Thank God you asked me this question. Because on social media, when people, talk down on Nigeria, maybe because I'm a journalist, I usually, look at what they're actually criticizing and I make my position to say, okay, yeah, the government may not be doing right in this area, but there are these other areas too that they are doing okay. So let's do check and balance. So everything cannot be totally bad. If it's all totally bad, I mean, we won't even survive. It would be a revolution. So because nothing is not totally bad, that's why we're still here. So for me as a young person, me personally, I believe in Nigeria. Honestly, I do, because of my the job I do. I am privy to so many information. So I have this idea that Nigeria can work.
Yeah.
It's just that our leaders do not have this political will, you know, to
Go
make
straight
things,
to my question. If
to make
you have the opportunity to japa
if I have
today,
opportunity to japa, to leave Nigeria, it to be on a good course, not to just leave and I don't want to come back. Maybe to further my education or to do something and, you know, improve on what I already have, and then I come back and impart in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your take on the japa situation.
Yes.
Let me come to you, Gift. As a mother, if there's an opportunity to send your child abroad for school, with the situation of Nigeria today, would you take that option?
I will. 100% I will. I will not hesitate at all. I will not hesitate because I fear for the next generation. The way things are going. I actually fear for the next generation. What are the things that we have on ground that they will leverage on in their generation? Because it's really paining me, honestly. So I will not hesitate that any of my children, all of them, they them japa. You understand? Because look at it. Even infrastructure, nothing. I sometimes I just sit down and say, God, is it that some people will start, maybe will start living under the bridge because the government have not even made any accommodation, even a low cost, that people will access. Landlords are increasing rent every day. I'm telling you, it's alarming. So let them japa.
Okay, Esther. Yeah. I asked her if she has opportunity for her children to go to school abroad. If she will. Okay, you are a proprietress.
Yes.
Even though you don't want me to mention you are an administrator, an educationist. Okay. So you advise parents on the activities of the children academically.
Yeah.
Now she has answered as a mother. You as a proprietress, would you advise parents if they walk up to you and say, listen, my child is going to be passing out from secondary school and I'm looking towards sending that child abroad to go to school? What would you advise me?
For me, because I was once in that situation when my daughter finished her secondary school. So my husband, I personally wanted to send her out, but my husband was of this opinion, no, she's not fully matured, because then she was around 15, 16. So if I'm to counsel a parent as at today, I'll tell the parents, let the child finish in the first degree in Nigeria. Before then, or after first degree, the child is emotionally, mentally matured. So that, because we are talking about jackbarring. A lot is going out there that is not healthy for our children. 15, 16, you want to send the child out there to stay all alone. At that age, the child is still young. There's certain decision that the child will take at the end of the day might bounce back negatively. So for me, as an administrator, I would say, allow that child to finish the first degree in Nigeria. He or she can go out there for a master's. Except you have a reliable person that is going to monitor the activities of that child out there.
Okay, will you still give such an advice even with the situation of what is going on right now in Nigeria? Be honest to yourself.
This is what of course, this was about 4-5 years ago, which the situation has not really changed. Like it's worsening, exactly. I put a clause. If you have a family member a trust friend that will monitor the activity of the child out there. You can release. But in a situation whereby you're just sending your child to Canada 15 years, 16 years, to UK, to America, all alone.
A lot of family will not want to agree with you.
I
on
know,
this,
I know.
Because me sitting down here, I'm one of those family that will not want to agree.
I agree,
Because
absolutely.
I know I took my son abroad
Okay.
when he was just 16, and he is doing so well
Well.
right now. So it's a thing of, for me, well, I am not a guest.
That's what I'm saying. Opinion differs, okay? So this is personal. I want my child to be emotionally, mentally matured, that can take decisions, certain decisions for himself or herself. So this is me as at today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. So, but as at this time and point, this is what I would advise. And this is the decision I would take for myself.
Okay, that's your decision, and that's what you'll be advising parents that comes to your school, or parents that wants
Come
to
to
seek
me.
your advice,
Yeah.
okay, on the Japa syndrome thing. But I don't think a lot of Nigerians will want to agree with that because of the situation of things going on right now, especially in our education sector. Anyway, we're going to be continuing this when we come back from our short break. Please sit. Back, it's still WIC Women in Conversation. We were discussing JAPA Part 2 because we had JAPA discussion earlier on before. So we're continuing it because Nigerians wanted to really, really understand this JAPA syndrome. And we had the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who says this JAPA syndrome should stop in Nigeria. Coming from a president who probably his children are not here in Nigeria, probably not schooling here in Nigeria. And he's saying that the JAPA syndrome should stop. Well, I don't know how Nigerians are going to see President Goodluck Jonathan on this issue. But we sitting here representing some Nigerians, we're going to be looking at the JAPA syndrome. Let me come back to you, Chinyere. If a man from abroad finds love in you and decides to come take you, with your stand that you believe that Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will work again, would you ask him to come back home? Because there's also what they call Japada. You've heard of it.
Yes.
So will you ask him to Japada so you both can be in love in Nigeria that will work again?
Well, that question will come if I have something I've already built here that is very strong, that me leaving Nigeria may affect the business.
No, you said earlier on
Yes.
that because of the kind of work that you do, you have a lot of information and then you believe that Nigeria will work again. So basing on that, you have the faith that Nigeria will work again. Would you ask him to come back home so that you all can build Nigeria together?
Okay, I see. I understand the kind of question you're asking. But then, well, what I have now, what I'm doing right now, I think I will go with him. I'll go with him.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I got you there. I honestly wanted to get
me.
Yes.
You misunderstood
Okay.
me. That I said Nigeria will work, does not mean that, like, is how do I put it now? Like, right now, is all, I don't even know how to put it right now. Like, that I said Nigeria will work.
Does not mean it's working now.
Does not mean it's working the way we want this to work. But it's a futuristic opinion that
Nigeria would work.
I look at.
Okay,
I look at.
I looked at why I asked that question. It's because you say, because of the kind of job that you have right now in Nigeria, you are opportuned to have data, you have some information that some of us don't have. And then because of that,
No.
Because of that, even when the JAPA, because I asked if you have the opportunity, if the opportunity to JAPA comes to you, will you want to go? And you said no, because of your kind of job. So it means that Nigeria is working for you already. So that's why I asked, if you have a man out there who finds love in you, would you advise him to come back home, Japada, so that it
No, I think maybe you misunderstood what I said initially. What I was trying to portray is that, you know, Japa in the context that we're talking about, you know, is relocating.
Yes, yeah.
You know, relocating finally.
Yes.
For me, I wouldn't want to relocate finally. Not that I cannot relocate. I can relocate on a temporal, you know, arrangement. Like I want to go and do a master's, then I come back.
Okay, now if you find love,
but if I find love,
yes,
why not? I will join him over there. I will join him.
You won't want him to Japan.
I wouldn't want him to come, but if he wants to come and build something here, I will encourage him to come and build it. And like I was trying to, you know, say earlier, like if I have strong something that I have, maybe like I've established a company, you know, something strong. Like right now, I'm still employed. Like I'm still working under somebody. Like it's not like my establishment. It's not a company that I own. So it's easier for me to leave and travel. But if I have something strong here, you know, very strong that is, you know, giving me money, I can encourage him to come here. Or you know, we'll find a way to do it. I don't know, my opinion might be somehow, but
that's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so let's move
Yeah.
on to Japada. You know, there's also the Japada syndrome, which is not that much, but we have people who also have gone and tested, and then they work for them with Japada. What would be your advice of a Nigerian who had sold probably their property, their homes, because a lot of Nigerians do that now. They sell their property to go, and then they get there, it's not working out the way it's supposed to work out. Will you advise that person to come back and face it in Nigeria? Or you will ask the person, stay put there and dig it out like every other person? What will your advice be?
Well, you know, sometimes people who are already there, even though things are not working out well for them, they coming back to them is like shame. They don't want to come and face the shame, you know, at all. But it's in two ways, you know. If they can still persist, if they know they will still persist.
Gift, you have the plan to Japan. So President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, is referring to you. Okay. You have every plan to Japan. Because you are saying if you can persist,
yes, now
sit down there.
Sit down. Yes.
Make you not come back.
No, if you can persist, because you have already given up everything here. So what are you coming back to fall on? You understand? So it could be frustrating. Some of them, when they come, they might even want to suicide and thinking of something else to do to themselves that is bad. So they should be, since they're already familiar with the issue over there, they should persist. For me, they should persist and you know, push further.
Okay, to you, Esther, now there's this there was this thing happening, especially in the UK, abroad generally, but especially in the UK, where families leave Nigeria, sell the property like we have just said, and then maybe one of them is independent and going to school for masters, like she said, and then I carry my husband and children. And then we've heard and seen when they get there, most of these women start to misbehave because they already know the law, what they gain, that the law favors them over there, and they begin to misbehave. Most times sends their husbands out of the home. Let me know. Is it a good thing? Before I go to what the UK government has just passed now.
Is it a good thing for the women to
do that? Yes. So someone said probably she has been bearing a whole lot of things in the marriage. And then when she got there, it's like, okay, this is your opportunity. I want to show you.
Yes.
Is it a good thing to do?
The question is somehow it's not a good thing per se, and again it depends on what the man also display out there. You know, Nigerian men believe that women are second-class citizens in quote. Anyway, not all. So they believe that going over there, it could be the same character he was exhibiting here in Nigeria is the same thing he's displaying out there. So if that is the way for the woman to have some relief, she'll feel. But for me, it's wrong.
she should not do that.
Okay, so I think the white people now knows that it is very, very wrong because some of these men, you just find them in their place of work dead. I'm sure it's the stress from the house. And then when they chase you out on the street in abroad, it's not a place where you want to run to. I have one uncle or one auntie somewhere, you know, and they get frustrated. So, but sometimes when they go to work, you just find them there. I guess that's what, you know, brought about this law that was passed just last week or 2 weeks ago, where the British government have said that if you come in to our country as a partner, as a family, as a couple, you must remain a couple. If you divorce, we send every one of you back home. Okay, so that's a very, very good one coming from the British government because of the kind of things that our women are beginning to do out there. Okay, so let's go back to President Ebele Jonathan. Let's understand how do you feel this coming from a man that definitely his children are not in Nigeria? Do you think it's a good advice or that the Japa syndrome in Nigeria should stop and stop now? Do you think it's a good and a strong advice coming from someone that we all know, of course, his children are not there?
Well, like I said, honestly, his idea is good, but you know, I think it's coming from you know, I don't know how to put it, but
from leadership.
Because
he's a leader.
He's a leader. It's coming from a leadership perspective. You understand? So me, I feel they as leaders, they should be the first to lay down the examples of what they want us to do as to not japa. You understand? Okay, their children are over there. You understand? Their children are over there. Okay, their children are over there. And the masses, we all are here. Their children are not even partaking from all that is happening. If any headache, they will take them overseas. They are not even accessing the medical facilities that they themselves are not concerned about. You understand? So I don't know how you want that to happen. And sincerely, I don't know.
Okay. One word to the youths out there on Japa.
Do what works for you, our youths. If for you to Japa is the best thing, do it. But then if you can survive in Nigeria of today, stay back.
For the sake of the insecurity, one word for those that want to Japa.
If you want to Japa, if you're very convinced that you want to Japa, do it. I mean, you're very convinced that that place will work for you. It's good that you Japa and just go and be okay.
Okay, Gift. For those that sells their property and want to Japa, what's your advice for them?
If you have sold everything and there's nothing that you come back to fall back to, please persist.
Don't
push. Don't Japada.
Okay, Japada.
Don't Japada. Push, persist, and you know, let God help you.
Push in a positive way.
Yes.
Don't listen to Gift to go and push. If you have sold property and Japan is not working, please come back home. Come back home so you don't drop dead while you're pushing. You understand how difficult it is out there too. But to our government, one word to our government. Please, just one word to our government.
Government, wake up and fix Nigeria.
Our government, our city government to make infrastructures, insecurity, and all of these things, you know, they should resolve it so that Nigerians will feel safe in their home and not have any reason to Japa.
I will say to our government, please be sensitive and listen to the heartbeats of the people, the cry of the people, and especially the youths. Bring them to the corridor of governance. Let them also have a say. Let them also have their own thing as youths. Let new things be introduced so that we know the difference.
Thank you, Gift. I think you're also a politician. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on board today. Anyway, to those youths out there that want to Japa, do it the right way. If you want to go to school abroad, it's okay when you go to school abroad. It's very, very okay if you can afford it. Don't kill people to want to do that, and don't break your backs to do that. I remain Patricia Oyonigegos. Thank you for staying tuned today with us on Dead Blue Eyes.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikokai. Getting you closer to your custom and tradition is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you know about individual tradition, letting you also know that it's always good for us to associate ourselves with our tradition. Now, talking about tradition, today we will be taking a ride down to Enugu State to go see Obolo Masquerade Dance. I tell you, if you are not energetic enough to dance this, I tell you, you ought to just, leave it down for the professionals. So let's go over to Enugu State to go see the wonderful and colorful display of Obolo Masquerade Dance.
chidere weze we ga de to weze lo kere lo blood de chidere we to wa fa ko 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 wa de de jo lo ka to se lo chire o ko sa de to to le lo ko o to were na rasol ma ko de po to le madre asa wo ro ko do gala ko ni o ko no la de de ma ro ko do ko no ni de ko aribe chire no wo na no me wo ni ko bro na be na bro na ko mo bo we gona no pa be se no ko la de i ko ti kuri kiri ko pa gogo mo bro na lo na bro na ko mo bo wa ko na ba ni ye do giri ga pa kan da funa mo na ko je wa asa ko ra ta da ki ku ti ko ko mo ko ro ka so be do ko pa ko le bro ko da je ko ni o ti ko ko do ko ti ko ra do ko ka ko e le le ga bro do ni he ti le na ro ba do ko ra lo i he ne ku lo ko.
This is Obolo for masquerade dance that originated in Udeno local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The masquerade dance is rooted in the Igbo culture and it is prominent in the cultural spectacle and designed to enforce community morality and provide aesthetic entertainment and celebrate icon.
Guru butagari de asam no buteke to go ko bamo gwara na mo do ba shi no butu bra shi gardi ku yalla eze ke lele de ba ko do ko taro da no de ba ko da ba go ifo ga de ko de won ya ba turu ba do le wa baba wa so wa ba ni baba ga de ku ga na go le ku do ko yi wo da ka o so ta ko le bra ku ko no bra ku la bada ba ko mo ne la kura ga na bo ne ta ya so sa ta ma le ka bu kura do abu ba ko no de bi ga ka ki ana go se ko to ga la ke lu go ke ni ga ka ti ga da so wa go ga ni pa to go de ba da di sa di go so me de go di si la la e no de bo ga de me ga la ko le ba mra da bo se ga na ti ko gora ba me ka lo ko de bu la ka go bu bo de ba ka kuna ga ra mo ma ana so de di ko no ga go ya go ka bu ke me ka isu la de che na bo chu wa ba ma tara mo bo wa da so ko de ko de go ra ba me bro ko cha ba ne wo ga de ma da to ko ra jira ro wa to wa Gura ju morum ne du wa ci wori ye krenu de la ase na ma shado go da ke go ko e fa no mo ga ze ke ni mo trasa me ne ma gro ga ze ne mo ga mo trasa ga ze le de ku to fi da mo ga da pa gro de se ko pa le so pa le go ku le mo ne gbe me ko ju go mo sko ba be su go ko fu ase ko no de ku zere de go ra horo ba ko na ta ba ze de mo to de buru na do chi ma do chi mo na ga na le to bi ya buru ko bo ze ba ke ba so ko ko ka na ze no buru ba ke ba ka le go de bo ore pa ko ko le di de ra wo de re bo pa be ni wo da so ko ze ka pe chi wa chi woro pa no mo ma iye ba woro go de ti ra ko ba to ni ko ga ko o kere ko ile ba ru ra ga de ko o to ko ru je fa ja de sa de so be de me de ko si da la.
This masquerade dance is performed for several core spiritual, social and cultural reasons such as Omadi, which are seen as sacred pageants arriving briefly from the spirit world. They are believed to be reincarnated spirits of ancestors returning to interact with and bless the living. In Obolo Ofo community, These masquerades steps in to maintain social order and discipline during festivals and public gatherings.
Bọ́ọ̀lù àfúnníyàn tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí n àti kàdé kúfù gẹ̀ẹ́nì àṣírí-ṣírí. Ó kárí kápọ̀ bàdẹ́jà kàbòdò tó bí kéré tó tún bí tòrọ̀rọ̀ tó ní tòtò kàbílẹ̀ tí lè kú. Bàdẹ́jà kàbà fún tòwà òrùkù tí ọ̀sẹ̀ kegele bò blájà ẹ̀. Àdèkútẹ́ náà bàdẹ́jà àbọ̀sẹ̀ kélere ẹ̀ máa ń lẹ́bọ̀ sáà. Agora vamos ler o governo Coco na Simuligu. Na bolsa de la Catacuri, Mejigo. O Coco le de Gata na Magalucho Yata, Sidigo Lalena, Lebe Granda Grupo de Abnama. Baba Baba Langa. O Kaka Tade Gata, Granda Fumo, Bubiga na Kenya. O Bubiga na Magu Babran. O Bubiga Kalipo Balaka was Sokori. Eti le se da mi ma baba wa so wa nenu manza de mi na zalo ko lobu ko do je ko mo na za za ko ni mo ko to ta dre ma na ne gure mar mo de ne gure ja ma ni wa wo ko ko ti gure de no ga de te ni to sa bula na ko sura ko wala be bi de bula de ko se no bare ka wa baba wa so wa bula pa ti le me ko mi ko fi ko mo ko sara sara suru be so ne lo so me ba ku chewro ya shi ji le mi suru be barka do bu wo o kire pa ta pa ko o ga bo si ko ta ji to we me go be ta pa so be ka ku le cho ga le ma ni ro ni je re fun ma no re ko go wa ko go e ti le so na be wa ku na ba ji do le za pa ka le da pa to ko bi ko na ko pa be si do ko na je ku ko ti guri ke ro go ba o de so go le la ba sa do wa ti guri le be za sa ro re ese ma buru buru ka duro ba obe mo ga ni bete do gulu ya na pare
This masquerades in Obolo Ofo community. They are known as entertaining masquerades as they provide vibrant, acrobatic entertainment and joy to the community. The dances and display were heavily featured during planting and New Yam festivals to invoke blessings for fertility and bountiful harvests.
Consider my way there. Consider. As you don't get them knocking with the code, they do the English. She know who did that. Go to Motogasari.
From the eastern part of our country, Nigeria, I sure do know you had an exciting time today watching Obolo Masquerade dance. Yes, colorful display and energetic display, I must tell you. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Taking you around the world, taking you around Nigeria is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ina so ti mi egewe una le ti di agun ya ya zo mo dion eyan pa
oh my son my dear we say oh my dear oh we na bo here ina be aje be do
ina do ba o
yes
ina do se mo
yes my dear we sit down and oh na bo here we see my dear it's
Sama tope.
Isa. Wayadi ma pome sama me. Wayadi ma pome sama me. Wakume pome gbidejo. Wakume pome sama me.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I've ever
said. Papa.
Caliban was in a cocono, that we said. Who paid you? Upejo baba eko mwana sewa ewa ya lo de we asewa ma awe huwe ni ejo wi ejo na we ejo na pulu ejo na mnuri akwa ewa yoda ba ba ọjọ́ wèé kájẹ́lẹ̀ nẹ́nà ya jẹ́wò yìí wà wíwú àjẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasho, standing for Ehosa Osamudame Agbalaho. That is all his annual leave. When he returns, definitely he's going out there, relax, recharge, to refire to about things that is going on in our country for 1 hour. Before he comes back, I'll just be the one filling in for this particular moment. So today is all about the local government election that will take place on the 11th of July, which is a Saturday in Edo State. That is the focus of today's discussion. When you get to hear people talking about local government elections, many have misfeelings, misgivings. You know, their own interpretation of local government election. Way back, it wasn't like that. You get to hear phrases like 18 over 18, 14 over 14, 10 over 10. You just limit depending on the number of local government area in a state. Now, this seems to be a kind of festered into the fabric of election that has to do with the local government in Nigeria. It's not peculiar to one state. It's not peculiar to one party. It's like everyone is just doing the same. The big question now is, will it be different this time around in Edo State, taking Edo State as a case study? Is it going to be free, fair, credible, and of course meet that particular mark that Edo State citizens will hit their chest and say, yes, we are getting it again? Or is it going to be 18 over 18? Anyway, my analysts, they are here. They'll do justice to it. If it's going to be 18 over 18, what are the factors that led to it? Would that be I'm twisting? Or some unless are going to write results, or be like, I said, Chema, go ahead, just call the result, give it to us and all that. All these and more would deliberate on this edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Very close to me, you get to hear put food on the table, will not see or hear any of these things happening. The voice of the common masses, German to welcome Comrade Okoro Osaho Obare, and of course the PRO of Oedo local government. Comrade, welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria.
It's good to be here.
All right. So very close to him, he's an academia, but when you start talking politics, be like, come on, you're supposed to be a politician. What gets us? A mathematician to the call prof. German to welcome Professor Owen Olowo. Thank you for coming on today's show.
Thank you for having me.
I wouldn't want to dive into one area so sensitive. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't want to say it right now. All right. All right. And of course, at my extreme, he is a clergyman, political affairs commentator, and of course, a political analyst. Join me to welcome Reverend Chris Imiowale. Thank you so much, Reverend, for taking our time to join us in the studio.
Thank you, Wilson. Good afternoon.
All right. Reverend, I'm going to start off with you for some good reasons. The election is coming on the 18th, on the 11th of July, which is this Saturday. I mean, generally speaking, the atmosphere for ones like you know emanating from what you can perceive, what do you feel about it in general?
Well, I will ask you, is the election holding, except when I hear on the radio? Because those days, once there's election, you will do election hold. I've not seen any billboard, I've not seen any flyer, I've not seen any campaign going on. So who do I vote for? I don't even know. I don't know candidates that are contesting. So how do I vote to you? So I will ask you again, is the election holding?
Are you asking me that question, Reverend?
Of course, because I don't see anything that indicates to me election is holding. Like I told you, no billboard, no flyers, nobody is campaigning, nobody is telling you anything. And then on the Saturday, you just go there and vote for who? I don't even know who to vote for either if I want to go to the place. I don't know who is chairman, who is the councillor, I don't know what's going on. That's my own opinion.
No, for now, you don't know what is going on. You can't feel it in the atmosphere.
I only just know the election going on by radio or television.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Well, Prof, Obonachiyo, he said he's not feeling it. No gusto, no hype, nothing. He just got to see it on TV and heard it about the radio. There's not feeling anything about election. Local government election is going to take place on the 11th of this month.
Well, he just took it off me. Apparently, if he had started with me, I would have also said the same thing. I can tell you for free that the majority of those state citizens are not aware that there's election on Saturday. There's no public awareness. I'm sure that is supposed to be the duty of the EDSEC, I don't know what they call it, body in charge of
local government elections.
There's no awareness. Sometimes on social media, when I'm maybe scrolling through Facebook, I would just something will pop up like, oh, this particular candidate is moving from, it's already into social ward, and you see a few persons that are just gathered. So the local government election, my own perception, people see it like an election for some persons to participate in. People don't see it like a general thing. And I'm very sure if, of course, Saturday will be, I don't know if there's going to be restriction of movement. If there will be restriction of movement, maybe that is what will now make people to be suddenly conscious. Because this is going to take place in the 18 local government of Edo State. The implication is that there may be some level of restriction of movement so that election materials can move from place to place, and also people can also go and exercise their franchise. If there is no such restriction, I can assure you, we see that everything will just appear to be normal. Like your normal working day, people will go about their businesses and all that. Even if there's a restriction of movement, I can also assure you too that people will just use that day to do laundry, just rest. Because the perception, general perception about local government election is that the election is just meant for a few persons. The people, I can tell you for free also that people don't even know that local government election that is coming, they can participate with it with their INEC card, that voter's card. They may think that, oh, it's a special kind of election and they don't have the credentials to participate in the election. So I think this is not, and again, when you talked about 18 over 18 and all that, people, because my take, people are not really interested in local government elections. Yes, people are not interested.
Not interested, you sure about it?
Yes, people are not interested because they just feel what people are really like. That's why most times I give kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his effort in trying to give local government autonomy. Before now, I really don't know how far, I really don't know the autonomy thing, how far it has gone. The local government is seen as a part of a state, as a part of, there are 3 tiers of government.
Yes.
But many persons, the state and local government seems to be fused.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Prof, I will come back to you. Well, comrade, you've heard both of their opinion. They are saying that they cannot feel that particular bursts of energy that usually surround local government election, this election. What's your say?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what the prof has said, the prof has done the classroom digestion of this very question. They have said it, there is already a failure in the part of the EDSEC, the EDSEC to communicate for that are in the process. I think we are very well aware the campaigns will be ending midnight today. Are you getting it now? So there will be campaigns here and there from ward to meet with people. So it has really been ongoing for, but I think people too, the way...
Are you speaking for all local government or just particular local government?
I think I should speak where I stay. If I start speaking of where I don't stay, it will be very myopic. I should be able to digest where I stay. I'm telling you that we've moved around the 12 wards, we've moved around virtually each, again, doing it, going back again. So meeting all the various people. But Prof, I've also told you that our people don't really know about local government election. Our people pretend to read, and even if they read, what do they read? Are you getting it now? That's just the truth. The truth is that most people don't even know about local government. Most 80% don't even know what is local government. They just believe in states, they believe in Tinubu, they believe in, that is their own mental process. So it also boils down that the National Orientation Agency should go do more about enlightenment to do, because it was the people, if by the time they are aware that the local government is the closest to them, I think, and if they also hold it upon themselves to participate, it will ginger it, the momentum more. Are you getting it now? And also, now election is now very, very expensive. Unlike before, it's very, very, very now expensive. For you to run an election now, as we speak, citing the case of Imbi House of Assembly, you need neatly above 500 million. Neatly above. You don't need 200, you don't need
500 million.
Over 500 million. For you to say you are prepared. Then to go for a senatorial election, you need above 2 billion. To go for House of Rep, you need above 1 billion, 1.5 billion. For you to say you are serious. Not you are, that's cash. Are you getting that? That you are not going to sign receipt in anyone. Is you are going to pull it to say it's here, and you do it if you are serious. So it's also good, since it's also councillorship and local government, they also try to see how best they can cut costs to also make sure that they are also going to spend, but not the way it's going to spend like that. So seeing all those kind of areas that we are expecting is going to be in the bigger election, because this one is supposed to be popular, but the people are not even aware. You can, if not that we are politicians, you heard when we were on radio 2 days ago that somebody from our place was telling me does not know the councillor, whereas I know the councillor. He said he does not, that the one he knew before was the one who was councillor within our unit. So the National Registration Agency need to go out, go to market, go to mosque, go to churches, go to where people gather to let them know about what is ongoing.
Okay, Reverend, well, it's like all of you are like saying the same about the awareness campaign. We talk about local government election. What do you think is responsible for this? He said EDSEC talked about National Orientation Agency. Who is responsible for the inability of people to, one, hear about the local government election or develop interest in partaking in these local government elections?
There's so many reasons you can adduce to what's going on. The first one is that many years back, the impact of the local government was felt. I know in this state that local government used to tie rules. At least I'm old enough to tell you that. And that your local government used to do things that you can know that there's a system going on. Right now, nobody is telling you about local government. What you hear is governor. That's all. So when you have that kind of situation, who will be interested in what is not? When you don't feel the impact of anything, why are you interested? It's what if you know that something is going to affect your life or affect then you will be interested. Now the local government impact is not even felt anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, in those states, it was not like that before. I can tell you when it started. I don't want to mention names here. I can tell you when this thing degenerated to where we are now. All you hear is governor. All you hear is those states. You will not hear about local government chairman. Though the local government chairman can talk, address people. You know, it was dignified to be a local government chairman. Right now, it's like a civil servant appointment. Number two, when there's no credibility, you will not have healthy competition. What is going on is that there may have been a predetermined candidate who will fill this space. So
predetermined candidates? In
my own opinion. Who is going to be struggling when you know your name is not on the list? For example, how many parties in Edo State is contending now? Because there's no competition, nobody is sure what the result will be, everybody is on their own. Because I can't waste my money when I'm sure that, number one, it will not be fair. Number two, somebody already predetermined who will be there, then I will be wasting my money and wasting my time. That's what you are seeing. I may be wrong, but that's my own opinion.
All right, I'll come back to you, Reverend. Well, for what the EDSEC chairman said, he said we have the local political parties that will take part in this election. But still, I've not seen or heard some persons from other political parties saying they are going in for the local government election. Do you feel that it has something to do with the opinion of Reverend?
Well, you are saying you have seen, or you have you are judging based on what the EDSEC chairman said.
Yes, said 11 political parties
are participating. Well, of course, he has all the data of those who have fielded candidates for the election, and taken by what he has said. But being all honest, like judging from what, in fact, in those days, like when I say in those days, in the recent past, not too far in the past, it is only true when I'm moving along, I see people gather in some schools, I'll be asking, but please, what's happening here? Besides, today's election, are you not aware? But this one, I am much aware. And I won't tell you why I'm much aware in this one. The thing is, you know, the political parties, I will not say they don't seem to have faith. When I say political parties, beside the ruling party, the other parties are skeptical. Even if they are fielded candidates, it will just be to fulfill your righteousness. They are all skeptical about the outcome of the local government election. They believe that it will not be fair because local governments are seen to have been ceded to the state governments. In every way in this country, I will be shocked if the election of tomorrow is not 18/18.
No, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday rather. I will be shocked if it's not 18/18 because that has been the trend. And even though other political parties may have fielded candidates, they will not put in much energy. The election is money. My brother here, who is into it, has told you that election is money. I mean, he's not lying about it. No matter how small the election is, councillorship election, you have to spend money. You have to mobilize men and materials to the units in your ward to campaign. And when you are going to see these people, it's not, they are not going to just see them with everything. And election is money in this country. Election is very expensive to run in Nigeria. So the other political parties who are participating, the 10 others who are participating beside the ruling party now, may not be putting. That's why, like I said earlier, I've been seeing Facebook posts, like when you just go on Facebook, you just see people, mainly the ruling party, they're the ones who are spending money to do jingles, spending money to go for word campaign, because the others are skeptical to spend, because they also know that the way this thing they go, so you know, people are. I'm not campaigning. I want to tell you for free that the way it is in those states as it is, people are happy with the governor technically. I'm not campaigning. I'm not singing his praise, but I'm a servant of the truth. I like to speak truth anytime, anywhere. People are happy with the governor. Look at especially the day before yesterday. Today is 8, right?
Today is 9.
There was this 770. My son, who just turned 18 on the 5th, came to meet me and said, in the evening, 6th of July, Daddy, he said tomorrow is 7/7. He said we should not be careful. We should be careful. We shouldn't go to school. We should be very careful. I laughed when he told me. I said, don't worry, you go to school. I laughed and I told the mom. I said, in fear of Bawulu, Bawulu will tell you, I will come to your house and I will bring your house down. Yes, this joy in the face of.
So you are saying it's going to be an easy ride for his party? Is that what you're saying right now?
What I'm saying is that people seem to be happy. Even if it's only the security. Before now, sir, you live in this state now. Or that service, they're going to cancel calls. But on the 7th, did you hear any? But what I told you, there's even a compensation for people if you get information, see something. We'll give you 3 million if you want to report a cultist. But they're even afraid so that they don't go and report innocent people.
I'll come back to you.
What I'm saying is that the way it stands, people that there are projects going on, people are seeing and all that. People may just say, because of this man. So the others, political parties, they are skeptical. They don't want to get too involved, so that they don't start counting their losses.
I'll come back to you. Well, let me come to you, Okoro Salbari. Well, you heard him. He said because of the governor, that other political parties, they are jittery. But from the feelers we are getting, they are saying that there is no need. That's like what our Reverend said, it will predestine. They know who's going to lead, who's going to win, who's going to come out. Because I said that it's going to be like what happened, the allegation leveled against former governor, that his own people clear the slates and all that. Is that what you'd be expecting, comrade?
You know, when I tell my friends I'm coming to ITV, they'll tell me, how much are they paying you? So sometimes they'll just stop me, I'll tell them, how will I tell you, why am I going to share it with you? But when they now also start coming, they don't ask me. They don't ask because they don't know. They don't know. Yes. So it goes to show that what you didn't participate in, why are you judging it? I get it now. So that they do, you are at home, you didn't participate. You don't have right to also judge that system. I get it now.
But because they are afraid to lose their money.
I'm saying, if you try and listen to me, you see we are saying the same thing. Even if you are afraid to lose your money, did you participate in the process to now say, I do this one, I make them. We just judge, and they don't write down. And you get it that we're in this town when they say they've wrote
the results.
The result when the big movement swept everybody off the field. So and you get that selection until it is over. It is not over. I'm not telling you that it has. You have really been written in this jet age what you didn't participate in. I get it now. Are they not going to set tribunal? Don't we have cameras to see? I'm not trying to tell you any issue here, but participate in the process.
But are your position not participate in the process?
It's your right, your civic right to participate in that process. So telling me what I want to do that day, because the same local government will come and tell ITV here that day to say you are under my local government. Your tax that was 1 million before is now 8 million. You now say no, we will not pay. You didn't participate, you are going to pay. But if you participate, you can now come to the table to say, that day you come campaign for us. So we tell you this is what we want to. Are you getting it? So people that are aware are aware. The local government, truth be told, the prof told you something. Now as we speak, I can tell you, black and white, that it's 99% autonomous. That's why you see.
Local government.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Are you sure Obama is coming, Obaraye?
Listen, my words are words you can take to the bank. That Obaraye said, I didn't say ITV said. I'm in it. I'm inside it. I've seen, I listen, I watch. So it's like this, okay, it's not really good to judge you. Now I know that this is how it comes. Are you getting it now?
Yeah.
Because I'm not there, I see. Okay, allocation never come. Allocation come, you see it. It's on the system, you see it on internet. So the chairman can never tell you he didn't receive it. You go to FAC, you see that he received 700 million. You're on your own, not that everybody published. You go, you see it. So by the time it's not also working, it's eating the money. You cannot say it came, this is it. He will not tell you, he didn't get to me. You say no, it's it. So the process is, I'm advising that we should try participate. Though election is expensive, I told my friends I will never contest again for any position because they don't pay you money back.
If you lose, you lose.
Or you are on your own. Pray you lose to somebody that has sympathy and empathy. That will now remember you to say, because you did this, come and follow me to be this. If you lose to a wicked person and vendetta continues after you lose, you might not survive the process. So my advice is that election is coming on Saturday. I'm very sure, I'm 80% sure here that there's going to be restriction of movement, that there's maybe from tomorrow evening, so that things moving from Edo can get to Isako, get to the Kokoruku on time. You cannot move on Saturday morning. You can't get there on time, so it might start moving tomorrow evening. So we might have half day tomorrow, starting from maybe 4 so that everything can work on Saturday. So the process is there, and I'm very sure the process is going to be free, fair, and credible.
You very well said, nobody should be afraid. You can take a shot out in the political party you belong. You can easily come out to contest. Right now, from what you also opined, local government is 90% autonomous.
Listen, one of the things I don't like is that we are not able to tell ourselves the truth. We are all suffering it in one way or the other because truth is far. Listen to me. If I hear from him now because he's highly involved, now can I hold the government chairman responsible for what's going on? Those days, like I told you, the government chairman used to tie rules. At least I've seen them that time tie rules. Now I also know when that thing stopped. So if you're telling me now that the government they don't have the money, then I can see this, then they are nowhere to go to and now hold them responsible. That's number one. Number two, tell me any state where opposition won local government chairman in the recent time. I don't like just say in Delta State or in Oyo State or in Nigeria State, local government when they collected local government chairman, opposition won 3 seats, and what it has always been the ruling party saying true. Because my brother, were you not here when election was still going on Urumia? It was an announcement was made here, not here. An announcement was made that somebody had won. I think my memory has not failed me. I remember that election was still going on in Urumia when election was announced, and they did not go through tribunal. Who succeeded? So let us be factual. If I'm not sure that I'm going to get a fair treatment, I will not invest my time and money. And that's what's going on, because money is now very difficult to get. So if I get money, I will not go and put in something like 3 million, 5 million, 10 million into a project. But number one, I'm not sure that I'll be giving fair treatment.
I'll come back to you, Reverend.
Fair treatment.
I'll come back to you. Well, Prof, you heard him say he's not sure of the system because right from the onset, aside the 1999 election, orders have been just one way.
Yes. You see, I'm very, I tell people, all of us are blaming the government at the center. We should also learn to hold our governors accountable. And just now, we should also learn to hold our local government accountable. Because monies are going to all the 3 tiers of government, directly to their accounts now. They all have accounts with CBN, all the local government. And if we're not started seeing, I will talk to that, I will speak on that. Yeah. If we're not started seeing the dividends at the local government level in those states, does not mean that other states. We have seen videos of how local government chairmen in Lagos states are tying roads, giving, donating, etc. Just recently in this Tinubu government, unlike before, everything was just strictly to the state government. Now, on the issue of election, like I said earlier, if because of what is happening in this state now, if the ruling party takes 18/18, I'm sure people will not protest. I'm sure there will not be bad blood. So rig an election.
Are you speaking for yourself? Speaking for everyone?
I'm speaking for major. Let me tell you. See, for you to rig an election, you must have what is called some level of legitimacy. See, when I say legitimacy here, when you just aided the process, because let me just say the everything is for you technically.
All right.
But in order to just you run on that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You run on that goodwill that you already have with the people.
Okay.
To secure everything. So you must have some level of legitimacy. When people here say you win or say I'm supposed to win and see.
Okay.
Don't do here like that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We want to take a break right now. When we return, we will continue with this discussion. Free, fair, credible. Is that what Edo State citizens should be expecting this Saturday? The questions are very much on the table. Don't go away.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
For staying tuned, if you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll take 1 hour, talk about issue, political issue, economic issue, educational issue, you just name it, centering on Nigeria. Join us right now in the studio. He is a clergyman, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Bishop Bright Olumese. Bright, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Thank you.
Right.
At home, good afternoon.
I believe we're watching, listen to their own points of view about this particular local government election. Do you feel that is going to be different, or is going to be the same old story where winner takes it all? Vis-a-vis 18/18.
Yeah, shouldn't be asking that. It's normal. The same actors.
Yeah.
You know, you could see, you should just reflect. The last primaries will tell you, we no longer have democracy in Nigeria. The definition of democracy in Nigeria is different now. Definition of democracy we used to have government for the people, by the people. Now it's not government for the political leaders, godfathers, and you know, the primaries, people who want primaries were rectified. Political godfather sons' name were submitted to INEC. Go to various places like Benue, you see protests. Wara, you see protests everywhere. And you're not talking about local government. It's okay, and all of that. We're not expecting. That's why you see, there's no jingle, nothing. There's nothing happening. People don't even know why there's local government election. And this local government election is supposed to be the election of grassroots, election of the people. People should know who should govern them. But this is the level where we are, and all of that. This is the reason why Nigeria is kept poor. Poverty in Nigeria is deliberate. It's a choose. The average man today, if you don't go out to look for food, your family can feed. So that so anything that will trouble your ends meet is like an enemy to you. So nobody wants to, even nobody cares, and all of that. So, but what I want to say, that it won't last forever. We want ESSEC to beat us to this. We want to see that on the 11th of July, Saturday, I will go to my polling booth. It's not just this government, previous government. Local government election date, materials don't arrive. You wait there. After you've gone, results will be collated. You know, in local government election, spirit does votes. Because when they used to get what they can't, it's only God that knows where.
So spirit votes on local government election. Can you prove that?
Because now you now said I goes to my police unit.
Yeah.
Waited all day, nobody came, but the result was announced from so
when did this happen?
A me ghost. No, I'm talking about
previous election, okay.
We're not, it's not something, it's not an APC thing. It's been all. Did you get that right? Let me ask you, the autonomy granted to local government, where is it? This is a constitutional matter.
The comment is at least is in there. Is it at least 90% autonomous?
Sir, if he don't say that he lost his job. See, that's what do you want him to say? Because he's there, he's not supposed to speak. What do you want him to say? This is Nigeria politics, we know how it is. You get that right? See, let me tell you, there is nothing like. If you want to tell me, does the federal government control the money of the state? I'm asking you. So if it's autonomy, now there's even a constitutional problem. What is it called? Why is ESSEC how to do? Why states still conduct local government election? If they are granted autonomy, it means they are an arm of government. The INEC should do and create a healthy competition and all of that. So the issue is that let's say we are still growing. America just celebrated 250 years. When I was doing a breakdown the other day, that when America was 60 something, they've advanced past this stage and all of that. So the problem we're having is not that this current political gladiator, is that they are raising, if you look at some young persons following these guys, their mindset is even more terrible. And that is what is getting me really concerned. So the problem now is that there's a local government election. The local woman at the market is not aware. The local man at the market is not aware. Most people are not aware. Jingo is not there. You don't see billboard anywhere. You don't see flyer everywhere. Where is the door-to-door campaign? In those days, 1999, when the lack of the Hagbon won as the opposition party, APP, and like you see door-to-door campaign. You see people coming to your room, coming to your doorstep to knock. We need your vote and vote. People came out to vote and people won. So now, this is the reality we're having. Are we having democracy? I just told you the democracy we're having now. It's not democracy for leaders, the democracy for settlements, and democracy for the elite. It's now this thing, they have settled it. You need to settle. This one, House of Rep did not reach you. Okay, we give you 2, 3 councillors and 1 local government. So it's not enough. It's not enough. Add 1 councillor to it. That's what we're having now.
It's a settlement galore.
Oh God, you should know that.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Oh God, Nigerians know that.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Bishop. I'll come back to you. Well, of course, Abari, you heard him. Before Bishop came in, Professor Owen said, look, as it stands right now, it's been a while there's a local government tying roads. For what he said, there was no seen campaign, TV, radio, or street-to-street campaign for this particular election. Do you have proof of it that he is wrong in this aspect of campaigning? One, time of road. Two, we're talking about local government in Edo State.
Thank you so much. Before I will answer you, I want you to retract the statement that if I don't speak the way I'm speaking, my job will be returned. You should retract it.
All right.
You should retract it. No, not that. You should retract it.
Okay, hold on. Bishop right now. Hold on, Bishop. Bishop, it's like you hurt his feelings. So please retract the comment.
Retract it. I'm sorry.
Okay. The way you did this, you try to Google my name. I didn't Google my name. Yeah. Just try to Google my name. My name is Osahon Okoro Obaraye. Are you getting that? My first house of call is the Civil Society Group. That is my first call before politics, before my business. Are you getting that? So I don't come here to blab for anybody. I come here to speak fact to power, straight the way it is. We always say, Obaraye said. I don't say what I don't know. When I say 90, even 99% autonomy, I was very right. That is not your field. I can't tell you how fasting and prayer can cure malaria. That's your field. If you say it, I would dare ask that. If I tell you I'm here and it's like this, don't say because you know that.
All right, he has retracted it, so let's get to the point right now.
As we speak.
Yes.
I can count. I count so many roads. The chairman already has tired because I'm there. I'm saying it. When 730 million comes, I see the alert. I say, okay. They will sit down at ESCO. It's dividing to say, if you are paying this one, that way that Agmaba will retire. Let this one go for this one. The new Benin, let this one go. The airport road at Piamont, the other junction, let this one go. The school we are building at Agmaba, let this one. We see sharing. No, Oga, leave this school first. This one will come in the next month. So I see as it flows, and I know. It's not, nobody's telling me now.
As a PRO?
Yes, nobody's telling me. I attend ESCO meeting every Monday 9 to 12. So if I'm seeing it, I see. And they know that whatever I says here is living.
What about the issue of campaign?
The issue of campaign, I've told you, that is ending tonight. It has been rigorous. Meeting people to people. Yesterday, we met the Igbo community in New Benin Market. We met those at Mission Road. Are you getting it now? Then today we'll be meeting with the Arewa. Today we meet here by 4.
Then how come others are not doing the same? Because they say that they can't feel it.
It is good. You see why?
They can't feel it.
You see why I always tell you what you can quote.
Yes.
I can't tell you go to Rio. I can't tell you go to Rio there. I'll tell you what I see. So that when you say Obaraye said, I will not take you to say, come and sit here, show him that file, show him that this, show him that this is this. Even when I was not there, you should know that we still have you take our protest down to their table to say this must be done and this is done. And even when we are protesting, the road at Tony Kabaka Joshua was supposed to be only that portion. I protested to say no, you can't carry Grida with trail there. We're not doing no woman in Joshua. It must be done. You don't talk, come, you don't talk. I am not add and journal, but you know that is where I must speak first. Nobody. So if you are taking my job, you don't beg for the job first of all. I don't beg for job. I pay my worker more than what I've been paid in the council. Not my workers receive what they pay me.
It's like you are doing a but now he has retracted. Let's leave it. He has retracted it.
I have over 11 workers. Some of them receive what I receive in council. So that is by the wayside. So I'm there to add.
Okay, fine. No problem.
If I'm coming and they know that you are speaking, the chairman will say, allocation never come. That make me never do this one. No, go tell you. I will say, I will. I know allocation has not come. And if it comes, so I'm like a watchdog to that thing, which the man is proud of. Are you getting it now? A few days ago, I was going home at Wingwood, and I saw they were protesting Thierry Balance.
Yeah.
I packed immediately and called him. Where are you? He said, at home. I said, I'm here at 9 o'clock. What is happening? And he said, make a call. And I did my own physical survey. I saw that our vigilante went against one bus driver who hurriedly now is trying to run, hit a woman. Are you getting it now? And in their presence, I did and stood by the side of the people. So say this one at night, for say let these people also small now. If we had them 6 o'clock since morning till 8 at this time, he say no, Galabuna sit or say make it just be 24-hour service. Are you getting it out? So that it should be dried up because that is the night.
So you are saying your local government is working?
You can say that.
Okay, hold on now.
That one is audible to the.
Let me ask you one question. Hold on. Let me ask you one question. If out of 100%, 5% is working, is that a pass mark?
Listen.
No, comrade, is it a pass mark?
To who?
5%. Let's say out of 100%.
Let those that are
5% is working.
Yes.
Is it a pass mark?
Let those that are in the local government speak. I'm speaking for mine. Don't let me go and speak for what I don't know.
Of course, because of Edo State right now.
Yeah.
In the whole of Edo State.
Yes.
Maybe you have 18 local governments.
Yes.
Only 2 are functioning optimally.
To you.
Is that a pass mark?
To you.
I'm asking a question.
No, to you. Okay. To you.
All right.
If I was living at Ambede, I should be able to speak at Ambede.
Okay.
A man should speak what tomorrow when you wake me up to say you said so. I will tell you I said so.
Okay, fine. I'll come back to you.
For me to tell you what that has been tied.
Okay.
I know. So I don't even know what the other man is tying.
I'll come back to you. Now, for what he said. Calm down. We are still in this show. Everybody calm down. So let's not attack each other's emotions. So let's be calm. Now, for what he said is from his own local government. The tag road. But it cannot be said for others. He says from his own angle. Now, for what is really going on right now, for what has been going on, do you feel that this election is going to be based on performance of local government or the performance of the governor?
Let me tell you this. With due respect to the governor,
yes,
the governor is doing well in my own assessment. But I believe that elections should throw up the best always, and it does not always follow that the best will always come from the ruling party. So if election is supposed to be done, it's supposed to throw up the best at every time. Okay, and if we go by that, it means that the election should be fair. If there are people who belong to either PDP or the other party who can do well too. So in local government election, all of them should be given time, at least fair treatment. That's what I'm saying. When you are not sure of fair treatment, you will not invest your money. Before I go, you will give me a road that already is tying. I will go there myself to verify it, so I will be double sure. I trust you. Just mentioned 2 right now. I trust you, but I will need the name. I will drive there myself.
Yes, I'll give you 5.
Because this is the first time I'm hearing
I'll give you 5.
the local government chairman are tying roads. In Ekpoma, nothing is going on. You quote me.
Okay.
So the local government, the chairman in Ekpoma should tell me the road is tying in Ekpoma, because I have lived there for a long time. So he should tell me which one is tying. He so let it tell me. I will go there myself and say, this is what I'm hearing. Let me be truthful. We are here. We are here in our nation. Let me tell you.
Calm down. You have your say. Calm down, please.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
You see, in life, sometimes I assess things going on. By the grace of God, I also have privilege of going out of this country. And I see what's going on there. Sometimes I sit down and look, I said, this place ought not to be better than us. The only difference is that we are organized, we are not organized, those guys are organized. That is the difference.
All right.
So if you go by election should always throw up the best at every point in time.
Irrespective of political parties.
Thank you. That's right.
All right, I'll come back to you. Well, in our news, which we went out to cover, yes, really, there was a road being tarred by the Odo local government. It's on the news. I'm not trying to say X, Y, Z. I saw that. Myself. And of course, the governor also made someone that is not even from the state a commissioner, 2 persons now, right? That has raised so much dust. We don't want to dive into that yet. Do you think all these things will count with political party, Bishop?
Okay, let me say this. Politicians are like students writing exams.
Okay.
They don't mark their scripts.
They don't mark their scripts?
No, sir. If you are performing, it will show in the average life of people in your local government. What is the life expectancy in the local government and all of that. We're having a conference in August. We are supposed to be hosting America. Now there is another bank that says no, the country security, you can't go, and all of that. And we have government in place. Like I said, the government people or the politicians who in government, it's their duty to tell the people this is what they're doing. One of the responsibilities of government is to take care of life and property. Today, what is it like, and all of that. So we are I'm not a politician, not I'm expecting. I came here to the bad roads and all of that. If you go to, because you see the way my car is, we go to mechanic every day. We want better government. We are demanding and all of that. So people in government, I know they may be doing one or two things and all of that. We're all the same. The politician that I say can also agree that they have not solved the problem. So if we are demanding, they won't be angry. So we are making more demand.
So you're not saying that no matter what is happening right now, do not count in a free, fair, credible election?
The free, fair, credible, this man has already said it. If a free, fair, credible election produce the best candidate, this is a local election. People knows. Look, do you know what local election does? Is that we knew ourselves. We knew your capability. If you allow these guys to go on the free fair, you will be surprised the selection and all of that. So that's what we're saying. All we are just saying, we're not saying talking about perception of this. It's the norm in Nigeria. You get that right? The sitting party takes all. We're saying we won't be different. Because that's the question. That's the debate. Will it be free and fair? Why are you asking that? Was it free and fair elsewhere or whatever? They have a way of making sure that this come. Okay, let's assume I said that before. That is not even an issue. If doing that, emanated to good governance.
Yeah.
Do you get that right? Because there is not made up of only Oredu, local government and whatever. There are so many other local government and all of that. The level of insecurity and is all over the local government these days now. You can't even accept any local government. So we are making demands on all politicians. Political associate people have ability to power, close to power. We need more.
All right, we need more.
We need more.
Like Oliver Twist.
Yes, we need more.
About over now to you.
Yeah.
So we talked about election is going to take place Saturday, 11th of July, and many persons are not aware from what they all said. Even Proc talked about it, and he said the blame should go to either ETSEC or National Orientation Agency, right? But from your own angle, from what you can see from where you are, you guys campaigned a lot. I say you can't talk about the local government, but you can speak for your own local government. Now, the APC is in charge. If only your local government have a pass mark, is that really a pass mark?
Yeah, you know, one thing that I will not change.
Yes.
Is me, my color, character. Are you getting that? I can't change again. Oh, I think it was a privilege. My son went to write my SSC in one school, and some people they were doing the ask, "What's your name?" And he said, "My name is Usaini Emmanuel Okobayi." And the man asked, "Which of your Oba?" He said, "Usaino." If you get to tell your father you so, tell him to continue his good works. And I think that will change my son's narrative for the father, to know that if that is what I have able to live, to say my son again, my children again cannot pass through a place to be stressed because I have done that to them. I think that's grace. That's grace that follows. The truth remains, if I come here to start giving pass mark to local government that I have not visited, I have not seen, tomorrow when you ask me, I will tell you. See, Reverend have told me that I should mention road. I get it now. So if I don't tell you, if I said it was so wrong, how will I not start mentioning those roads? I get it now. So if I not tell you a good junction by force, state circular, that was a no-go area. That is one. If I go to tell you to go to Capiona, GRA, Westmead, or Zambia leaves. I get it now. If I tell you again, go to New Benin, Total, and the other place, that was unpassable. No, you don't go there. If I tell you again, go to Airport Road, by Kenswa Junction, that was not passable. I can keep mentioning. I'm not here to blow the trumpet of a man who I told, if I to work with you, you must be like this. And who has also given me that respect to make sure that if I say, tell him, if I live here, if he was in my local government, I will tell him, where is your road? Tomorrow I'm sending a grader there. And I've said so. If I get on, tell the chairman, see this man, okay, go and do it. I was admitted in January, and as I was leaving, I told the doctor, for you to have done well, this your road is not good. We can't tie it. I can't promise you tie it. It's expensive to tie road now. It's very expensive. Ogumeni Junction took the council over 40 million. This is not, it was not done at back. It was not because I was in the process. If it was done, it was because the chairman, as an engineer, me and as an engineer, we went to the market to buy. buy quota, buy this and buy that and buy this. That is why it was about a little fraction before 40 million.
All right.
If it was on a contract basis, it would have been about 200 million, which the council cannot. Are you getting that? So because I'm there,
so I know. Is it because of all this one now? It's going to be one-way ticket for your party.
Allah, when the song is good, you sing it twice. And you need to start.
All right. Our time is up.
Listen, you don't. Good Gary, I've told you every time. Now they sell the same for market.
Our time is up.
If it did total junction, now you for test them. You will go test for permission junction. You go walk out back again to go with that.
All right, Bishop.
Are you getting that?
Bishop,
a good native doctor does only signboard.
This government, Nigeria's life is not better off. We demand more for you, guys. The level of insecurity, the level of poverty. The people who came to my house were hungry people. And you can't even beat them. They look very malnutrition. I told them, don't just give them to police, talk about this somebody here. These guys look hungry. That's the level of we demand more from government. Those people, thank God, this honorable man is here. His voice can be heard. Some of the people in government, their voice are not being heard. That's why we talk to some of them. They say their voice. See, your voice is being heard. Okay. Please,
but for the local government.
For the local election tomorrow, like what is
on Saturday,
it's not that people is going to vote; that they are going to declare winners. That's our position.
Thank you. That's your position.
That's most Nigeria position.
Reverend, please, briefly, our time is up.
Well, my opinion is that every election is supposed to throw the best, not minding which party it comes from.
All right.
So, but if the system is credible, transparent, then we can have good leaders come up from time to time.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay, for your 30 seconds.
Thank you. The people have seen it when this government came in 5 months ago in November to complete the tenure of those ones. Some chairmen did their best and they were returned. As we speak, over 4-8 were dropped because of non-performance.
Okay.
Over 4-8 was dropped because of non-performance. Most councillors was also dropped because of non-performance. Because he has said it, the post said it. I'm not here to blow trumpet for the governor. What the governor is doing is he wants selling himself. Are you getting down? Gone are the days where they will vote for you. You go and say because they voted you want to see.
Thank you.
Are you getting it now?
Thank you.
People will vote you out.
Thank you. Well, let's get to see how all this will pan out. Is it going to be the same story as usual, or something new might just happen? We'll be like, if something should happen, that should really be the news. We're expecting something this Sunday, more story or something new. See you again on Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Are you in Benin and it's a virus and looking for a cuisine hotel to stay for relaxation and comfort?